We have to listen to everybody.
Oh, that was long.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Felony First Appearance hearings. I am
Buenos
Judge.
días
What?
Buenos
Everybody-
días a todos. Bienvenidos a la primera comparecencia.
All right, so welcome. I'm Judge Minty Glazer. I will be presiding today. The video for first appearance hearings has been played to all defendants. I need everybody to please stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by our clerk.
Por favor, pónganse de pie y levanten la mano derecha para prestar juramento.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do.
Usted jura o afirma decir la verdad, toda la verdad y solamente la verdad. Si es así, diga, lo juro.
All right, thank you. Please be
Gotcha.
seated.
Tomen asiento, por favor.
Madam Interpreter, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you swear that you will well and faithfully interpret from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, the questions asked and the answers given to the best of your ability, and that you have such ability? Say I do.
Yes, I do. María Juncosa, Certified Court Interpreter.
All right, thank you. Good morning. If there is anybody here for a case on Zoom, please type the defendant's name in the chat room so we know you're here.
Por favor, si hay alguien aquí que está en Zoom, que está para un acusado, escriba el nombre del acusado para poder dejarlo entrar cuando se llame.
And let's get started. Can the attorneys announce their name for the record, please state?
Good morning, Ana Romas on behalf of the state for out-of-state extraditions.
Good morning.
Nessa Eth on behalf of the state. Good morning.
Morning.
Rebecca Corey, Assistant Public Defender. Good morning.
Good morning. Let's get started. The first case will be Lamar on the extradition calendar, Lamar Lewis. Okay. So what did I do with my phone now? I just showed it to you. All right, good morning, Mr. Lewis. You have two arrest warrants from Pennsylvania, Pottstown, Pennsylvania, and Norristown, Pennsylvania. So one warrant was issued March 3rd. It's assault to cause serious bodily harm. And the other warrant is from February 27th. And it says aggravated assault and related charges. There's no bond on these two arrest warrants. I need you to tell me if you want to waive or contest extradition. Waiver of extradition. Thank you. Waiver of extradition is the quickest way out of this jail. Pennsylvania would have up to 30 days to come and pick you up. That's after your local case here in Miami is closed. So you got to charge here in Miami. We'll deal with that in a minute. So if you want to waive, it's the quickest way out of this jail to go back to Pennsylvania. The other choice is to contest extradition. That means you want to fight the arrest warrant. You are not fighting the charges, just a piece of paper that says you're wanted in Pennsylvania. Then a lawyer will be appointed for you if you cannot afford one, and your lawyer will be able to challenge the legal sufficiency of a governor's warrant. So, sir, what would you like to do? Waive extradition or contest extradition?
I would like to waive.
That is a smart choice because you get out of here quickly.
Can I ask a question though?
Of course, yes, sir. Go ahead. Just don't. Let me tell you about the local charge. By the way, for the waiver, for the warrant case, make sure you sign the waiver paperwork. The reset date's March 21st to see what's going on with the locals. Isn't that the first day of spring? Okay. I say that every year. All right, so you got a Miami case 2. Your charge of, he's on page 8, possession of a weapon, firearm, or ammunition by a convicted felon. So I need a public defender's office is appointed for the Miami case. All right, so and if there's anything you want to say, Ms. Corey, regarding his possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
No, Judge.
There's probable cause for the charge. I'm setting that bond at $7,500. Sir, because you have these two warrants from Pennsylvania, you're being held with no bond on it. So even if you pay your bond on this warrant, I mean, on this new felony case in Miami, you're still not going to get out of jail. All you're doing is wasting your money. But if you want to waste your money, that's your prerogative. But right now, it's a $7,500 bond on the Miami case. Yes, sir. Like, So I'm reset. There's a $7,500 bond on the new case and the warrants are reset for March 21st. Good luck to you, sir. I don't know what I did. Sorry. Next case is Talia El Kadar. I took it out of turn, sorry. Who's next? Michael Washington, pardon me. This is Mr. Let's see. This is Mr. Washington. Good morning, sir. You have an arrest warrant. It's from Fulton County, Georgia. We get a lot from Fulton County, Georgia. It's for violation of probation. The warrant was issued April 25th of 2024. The charge says original violation of probation. That's what it's for. So there's no bond on this warrant. I need you to tell me if you want to waive or contest extradition. Waiver's the quickest way out of this jail. Georgia would have up to 30 days to pick you up. If they don't get you within 30 days, I release you. You get released, but the warrant still remains open. Or you can contest extradition and fight the arrest warrant. Then you would be in our jail up to 90 days so that the state can obtain a governor's warrant to send you over to Georgia. What would you like to do? Waive or contest?
Waive.
Pardon me?
Waive.
That's a smart choice, sir. You get out of here quicker. We're going to set it in 15 days to try and get you out quicker as well. Hopefully they won't need an extension of time after 30 days. If they don't pick you up, I release you. Please make sure to sign the waiver paperwork at the jail. It just means you agree to be transported there. Have a nice day, sir. Now we can call up Itala El Kadar. Is she there?
Right. Al-Qadar.
While we're waiting for her, Peter Soto is a quash. So is Alexander Thomas. He's okay. She's here now. Miss El Kadar, ma'am. Good morning. You have an arrest warrant. It's from Las Vegas, Nevada. Non-sufficient funds check. So I don't know if it's a gambling debt, but you got a warrant from Nevada with no bond. So I need you to tell me if you want to waive or contest extradition. Waiver's the quickest way out of this jail.
I waive. I want to waive.
You got any money to pay off that debt?
I don't know what they're talking about, ma'am. I came from Israel like yesterday in the morning. Can I speak? I'm sorry. I came yesterday in the morning from Israel for a vacation, and then they arrested me in the Miami airport.
They said, let me tell you, it's from 2010, September 7th of 2010.
I told them that I wasn't there. I was in Vegas, yes, but not in 2010.
Well, I don't know what, it could have been earlier. I don't know. It says 2010, but I don't know if you had a gambling debt. Does that sound familiar?
No, ma'am.
Or a non-sufficient funds check? Can you follow?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Romich, you want to check on it?
I can check.
I appreciate it. Let's find out if you can get any more information, if they'll take any money to, do you have any cash, any dollars?
I came for vacation for my brother for the holiday. So I have all the cash on me and I have my family that my brother can help me.
Okay, we'll find out more details, but if you waive extradition, it's the quickest way out of here. All right.
Okay, ma'am.
Make sure to sign the waiver paperwork at the jail, okay? All right. Anyway. We'll bring you back in later if we have any more information. Once you get there, you'll find out what it's about, and they'll probably release you once you get there. When are you supposed to go back to Israel? When are you supposed to go back to Israel?
After the holidays, we have an holidays in April. The Passover.
Well, it's Purim next week. You guys say happy Purim. Okay.
And Purim, yes. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's reset our case in 15 days. What is that? March 12th, right, the first day of spring. Reset 3/21, and we'll see what we hear from the state, okay? Ms. Correa, I don't know if you want to assist at all in this one.
I'm providing her with a phone number her family can
Yeah,
call if they
nobody's
have funds to
sending
be able to
nothing.
pay.
All right, thank you so much. All right, thank you, Ms. El Kadar. Shalom. All right. Make sure to sign the waiver paperwork. Next, Samantha Eddington. I already said Thomas is a quash. Samantha Eddington is a quash. Bertrell Davis is a quash. Bertrell Davis is still here.
The charge was withdrawn this morning, Your Honor.
So do we need to let him know?
He knows it's gonna be released.
Okay, thank you.
Which one was withdrawn? Davis?
Yeah, Davis, Bertrell Davis. Now we have on Zoom on Metro West 1, Jonathan Vega Velez.
Judge, I was able to meet with Mr. Vega Velez. He now wishes to waive extradition.
You sure you want to do that?
Yes, because I got to pay my bills and then take off over there.
All right. So it's a waiver. You want to waive extradition, agree to be sent over to, where's that? New York.
No,
Okay.
I want to pay my bills and then go over there. Like I got to pay my debt.
But
and then I'll take off over there to New York.
No, you're staying in jail until they come pick you up, and they'll get you within 30 days. That's how it works. Is that okay, or you want to still fight?
Waive. I'm a waive.
Choice. Waive extradition. Let's reset it March 21st in 15 days to see if New York picks him up. Hopefully they don't want an extension of time. After 30 days, if they don't get you, I release you. Okay?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. And so you want me to discharge the public defender now, Ms. Corey? Yes.
That's fine, Judge.
Discharge PD. Thank you, sir. Next we have is Rodriguez. Oh, make sure you sign the waiver paperwork at the jail. All right?
Okay, got you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Corey. Rodrigo Rabelero is a quash. Then we have Loibis Caromena. Does he have a private lawyer?
Your Honor, he went to circuit court today.
That's good.
He's having trial.
Oh, so let me set it. What do you think? Monday? Monday, see what's happening with this trial. Do you know what judge division he's in?
I'll feel.
Okay. Reset 310 and see what's the status of his Miami case. Okay. Next case is Male Earp.
Pre-trial. He should be on Zoom.
Oh, I promoted them. They didn't accept the promotion. Pre-trial, are you there? Mr. Earp has, his locals are set for today. Anyway, should I set it tomorrow or Monday? If he's here, I don't know if he's going on his local case. He has a PVH. Hi,
I
Mr.
have a continued date of May 14th, Your Honor.
May 14th is his next court date?
Yes.
Oh, hi, Mr. Earp. We're waiting for your Miami case to resolve. It's a violation of probation, I believe. Is that what it is or no?
No.
Oh, no, his warrant's on a VOP. So it looks like you got to take this one to trial. When's his local set?
5/14.
We're going to reset your case. 1 second. Wednesday.
Excuse me, ma'am. I had court today, Your Honor.
For whatever reason, the corrections is telling me your case is set May 14th. Can corrections at pretrial tell me, is he going to see a judge today?
I don't have the jail card, Judge, but he did tell me he spoke to his attorney and it was set for today.
Right. Let me set it. I don't know if I want to set it out so far. Let me set it next week, Monday, and see what we get. Okay.
What am I here for today, Your Honor?
You have a warrant. It's from, I don't know. It's from Georgia for violation of felony probation violation. That's the warrant from Georgia. So whatever case you have here, your lawyer may not be able to take a plea on it because it would automatically violate your probation in Georgia. So listen to your lawyer, listen to your public defender. They're trying to.
Yes, Your Honor. My lawyer been saying I'm innocent. He have all the evidence to drop the case, but I don't know why.
That's up to the state. That's up to the state, and you may have to take it to trial. You never know, but you got to listen to your lawyer. Let me set it Monday, which is March 10th, just to make sure it's set in. Just to confirm the next court date.
Judge, the next court date, I just see some notes updated as of today. His next court date looks like it's May 14th for sounding and then trial May 24th.
Set it May 15th then? I'll do
That's
that.
fine.
Reset it May 15th. If they resolve it sooner, they'll bring you back in, okay?
Okay.
Sorry about the delay, sir. Have a nice day. Thank you. Ms. Romas, thank you. Have a good day. Now the Indian Conference. We have Tedrick Crenshaw.
DGK.
Good morning, Mr. Crenshaw. You have an arrest warrant. That is from Orange County, Florida. The warrant was issued yesterday, March 5th, for violation of probation. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Unfortunately, there is no bond on the warrant. You will have to wait up to 15 days for Orange County to pick you up. Your case is reset here for March 21st to make sure you are transported there. If you have any questions about the warrant, you can call the public defender's office. Have a good day, sir. Next is Gregory. Well, it's Gregory Black or Carrick Butler. I don't know who he wants to be today, but I'll take either one.
Mr. Black is present.
Good morning, Mr. Black. You have an arrest warrant from Broward County. It was issued February 20th of 2025 for violation of probation. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Unfortunately, there's no bond, so you will have to wait up to 15 days for Broward County to pick you up. The reset date here is March 21st to make sure you are transported there. They usually come once a week. You shouldn't have to wait that long. Have a good day.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you too.
Glenn Bryant is next.
Mr. Bryant is present.
Good morning, Mr. Bryant. You have an arrest warrant from Broward County. The warrant was issued February 26th of 2025 for violation of probation. Let's see, there is no bond on the warrant. I am appointing the public defender's office for you. Broward County has up to 15 days to pick you up. The reset date is March 21st to make sure you are transported. If you have any questions, please call the public defender's office. Have a good day. Next we have is Buys Limp. I have a few out of turns. I don't know if you're able to give any of them. Good morning, Mr. Glimp. You have an arrest warrant from Broward County. It was issued on February 7th of 2025 for violation of probation. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So unfortunately, there's no bond. You're going to have to wait up to 15 days for Broward County to pick you up. The reset date here is March 21st to make sure you are transported to Broward County. They usually come once a week, so you shouldn't have to wait that long to be transported. Have a nice day, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Minerva Arancibia or Arancibia. Is it right? Any officers here, you need to type the name of the person you're here for. You'll be waiting a long time. Good morning, Ms. Arancibia. Do you speak English?
Spanish, please.
Good morning. You were arrested on a warrant from Charlotte County, Florida. The warrant was issued February 4th of 2025.
Ok, usted fue arrestada porque tenía una orden de arresto del condado de Charlotte de febrero 4 del 2025.
The charge says order of arrest commitment for possession of cocaine.
Es una orden de arresto por posesión de cocaína.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Yo le asigno al abogado de la defensa pública.
So you're going to have to wait up to 15 days for Charlotte County to pick you up since there's no bond on the warrant.
Va a tener que esperar hasta 15 días para que el condado de Charlotte la venga a recoger porque no hay fianza en la orden de arresto.
And your case is reset here for March 21st to make sure you are transported to Charlotte County.
Y aquí le vamos a fijar el caso para marzo 21 para asegurarnos que la transfirieron al condado de Charlotte.
Have a nice day, ma'am.
Que tenga buen día. Gracias, señora.
Next we have is Abel Gonzalez Padilla.
He has to hold for immigration.
Thank you. I don't know if we need an interpreter. We may.
Spanish, please.
Good morning, sir. You have an arrest warrant from Sarasota County, Florida. The warrant was issued September 4th of 2023.
Ok, señor, usted tiene una orden de arresto del condado de Sarasota de septiembre 4 del 2023.
The charges are possession of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia, and valid driver's license.
The driver's license was not
No.
valid?
Yeah, no driver license.
Ok, posesión de cannabis, posesión de artículos para uso de drogas y no tener licencia válida de manejar.
So I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you on this warrant from Sarasota County.
Yo le asigno al abogado de la defensa pública en esta orden de arresto del condado de Sarasota.
Your total bond is $2,000.
Su fianza, $2,000.
You have an immigration hold, so if you want to post the bond, immigration would have up to 48 hours to pick you up. You may miss court there, so I don't know if you want to post your bond before you get there. That's your choice.
Ok, usted tiene una orden de detención de inmigración. Inmigración tiene 48 horas para venir a recogerlo. Yo no sé si usted quiere pagar la fianza antes. Eso depende de usted.
Okay. The reset date will be March 21st to make sure he either posted a bond or was transported to Sarasota County.
La fecha próxima es marzo 21 para asegurar que usted o pagó fianza o fue transferido al condado de Sarasota.
Have a nice day, sir.
Que tenga buen día, señor. Gracias.
Case now, Juan Vilar Casola. Good morning, sir. Spanish. Sir, you have an arrest warrant from Hillsborough County, Florida. The warrant was issued June 4th of 2024.
Ok, usted tiene una orden de arresto del condado de Hillsborough que fue emitida junio 4 del 2024.
The charge is for felony grand theft of a motor vehicle.
Es por una felonía robo de mayor cuantía de un vehículo.
I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you on this warrant.
Yo voy a asignar al abogado de la defensa pública que lo represente en esta orden de arresto.
And your bond is $2,500.
Su fianza, $2,500.
If you're able to post a $2,500 bond, please do so at our jail here.
Si usted puede pagarlo, la fianza de $2,500, hágalo aquí en la cárcel nuestra.
If you don't have money for a bond, you will have to wait up to 15 days for Hillsborough County to come and pick you up.
Si usted no tiene dinero para una fianza, va a tener que esperar hasta 15 días para que el condado de Hillsborough lo venga a recoger.
And your case is reset here for March 21st to make sure you are transported over to Hillsborough County.
Y nosotros vamos a poner este caso para marzo 21 para asegurarnos que usted fue transportado a el condado de Hillsborough.
Okay, have a nice day, sir.
Que tenga buen día, señor. Gracias.
Give me a second just to get some of my cases that are out of turn because Renee's out sick today, so I'm on my own with the help of the clerks.
It's a good calendar today. It's not too long.
Yeah, I'm looking for a case Mr. Lurvy wrote in. I didn't see anybody. David Reyes, if you find it, let me know. Let me call this case first. Rolf John, I think there's a private lawyer here. He bonded, okay. John Rolfe here, or did he bond out?
I thought that was a charge you had to see the judge, but maybe I'm wrong.
He's supposed to see a judge. We went through this on Saturday. Couldn't bond out, and then he brought him back the next day. Are you the same bondsman to try posting that bond?
Oh, we did that one, but Scott Saul is the attorney for Rolf John.
Yeah, Mr. Saul, I thought was here.
On Zoom.
Mr. Saul, are you there? Corrections are not going to let him bond out on an ag assault.
I'm not sure if it's one of those charges that they need to see the judge.
It is, and I went through this Saturday where the person had to sit in jail for 2 days.
I'm here now.
You're the same bondsman from the other case. You keep on these kind of charges where they have to see a judge. When you post the bond, you're getting them extra time in jail. You didn't post it?
Corrections told us that when I called in records, they said we couldn't post the bond because he needed to go, and I substantiated what you told me.
Right. Well, corrections is telling me bonded out, so maybe he called a different bondsman.
Just showing on the screen, bond not submitted, so it shouldn't have been able to.
Corrections, can you see if we can get him in with the jail card? He didn't bond out. He has to see a judge in this charge.
And Judge, I'm the one that sent the bondsman to post the bond. That was me because I didn't know there was a hold for him.
Whenever you see these types of charges where they get a stay away order, they have to see a judge first. And what happens is if you try and submit before, they're going to say bond out to the court. And he's going to wind up in jail another day or two because they don't realize it. He knows now. He
Understood.
So corrections, you work on it for me, please.
Yes,
I appreciate it.
So is he in or out of jail?
Excuse me?
Is he in or out of custody right now?
What do you think I just told you? You have to go get him. He's not, he's in, you said he bonded out? Corrections?
Yes, Your Honor, he's bonding out. He's
But
still in.
he's still at the jail, correct?
Yeah, we just said all this. They're trying to get him in. Why are you wasting my time? I got to get through my calendar.
All right, Judge. All right, I'm on standby, ready?
I can't, I'm excited. You're here. Go to another courtroom, whatever you got to do. I'll pass it for you, okay? Okay, do we have, I don't know, is Tanisha Lee, is that the one for the lawyer, Mr. Bieber? Yeah. And by the way, I told him off. I sent him he texted me. I said, you got to tell us.
Right, it was ex parte. I know. I saw the line at the end too.
Tells me I don't know who the state is. I'm like, okay. So I need to send him your text him your, you should email him. I will send an email with your, can you email him your email address and he'll know?
It's fine.
Good morning, Miss Lee. You were arrested for aggravated battery from September 7th of 2024. So your lawyer is Mr. Michael Haber, who wrote to this court, sent an email at 7:45 in the morning that he can't be there, and he was asking for pretrial if he can get it. I have to review the arrest affidavit for probable cause.
A couple things, Judge. I texted the detective this morning for the victim's name.
September 2024.
Right. It happened back in September. She has no criminal history. I don't think it talks about the injuries the victim suffered, but it was a clothes hanger to the eye. Counsel indicated in the email he's not raising PC.
All right, so the court will find probable cause. The problem is I don't have the name of the victim. You want me to pass it till we get the name of the victim?
Sure. I'll text the detective again.
Have a seat. I just got to get the name of the victim for you. For you. What about Mr. Lurvy has a case here? David Reyes. I didn't see it on the calendar.
You put Miguel Reyes will be in the afternoon. Cancel request. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Out of turns for corrections. If there's any more lawyers I forgot, you got to raise your hand so I know you're here, or type the name of the case you're here for the lawyers. So out of turn for corrections, we have Samuel Cooper, page 8. Good morning, Mr. Cooper. Sir, you were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and making threatening or harassing phone calls. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. I need a moment to review the arrest affidavit for probable cause.
I also promoted the victim.
Thank you. Morning, how you doing?
Hello.
Hey there. You don't remember me from Juvenile?
Juvenile, yeah, a long time ago. Yeah, he retired. Good, how are you? Good morning. All right, so Mr. Cooper, give me a moment to review for probable cause. I also have a victim here. Ma'am, raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
I do.
Thank you. Please tell me your name.
Ashley McGuire.
Okay, Ms. McGuire, are you afraid of Mr. Samuel Cooper?
Very much so.
Do you want the court to enter a stay away order?
Please. Pretty please.
Does he live in your home?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. State, any questions from Ms. McGuire?
No questions.
Ms. Corey, any questions?
No, Judge. Judge, I would like the court to take notice that when the police stopped Mr. Cooper, he did not have any firearm on him. I'd ask you to find no probable cause for count one.
Okay, let me review it and see what it says. It's from yesterday, March 5th.
The incident happened, it looks like 11 o'clock in the morning, but he wasn't arrested. Hold on.
Ms. Judge, can I ask the question, please?
You can't, only you can answer them. This is the way that our law, our courtroom works. So the state can ask you a question if you want.
Okay.
I think, ma'am, what do you want to tell the judge, or what do you want to ask?
I'm just asking, I know it's not much you all can do. Just wanted to know if his bond will still be there, like if it's going to be revoked or not, just so that I'm aware of what's going on. And
Giving a bond plus house arrest, not to worry, okay? He's not coming around your house, but he has a right to have a bond. Does he have any open case though?
There's the misdemeanor, the B-25 case. Are you the victim in the misdemeanor case, ma'am?
what is the misdemeanor case?
Okay, so maybe not. I'm gonna pull it right now, Judge.
B-25-443.
Let me see what that is.
He's going to jail arraignment next year on that case.
He's going next to jail arraignment. That's going to be up in courtroom 5-3. Has he ever lived with you, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
So she's the alleged victim in that case too.
You may want to go to courtroom 5-3 when you finish here. We can put the Zoom ID in the courtroom, in the chat room for you. Well, I can't because I don't know how to do it. I mean, I could if you give it to me. Corrections, you got the 5-3 Zoom ID or no?
Yes, it's 9-3.
Wait a minute. Okay. You want to type it in the chat room?
Okay.
Just tell her 9-3 what?
9-3-5-7-1-4.
I'm looking for a pin.
Oh, look at the chat room. She's going to type it in, okay?
Okay.
Anyway, I'm not sure why they gave me a domestic stay away order. How long have you, does he have, do you have children together?
No.
Looks like
I have to go get a rape kit. I have to go to Doral to go get a rape kit this afternoon pertaining to this case. I don't know why it's domestic.
he never lived with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, sir, you are ordered to stay away from Ashley McGuire, the alleged victim. No contact with Ms. McGuire, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from her home, school, and place of employment at all times. Stay away from her residence at 11290 Southwest 219th Street in Miami, Florida. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
No.
Thank you. So count one, Ms. Corey, I understand your argument, but I believe there is probable cause for the charge.
Right, because he was arrested later in his house.
So count one, aggravated assault with a firearm, is a $5,000 bond. Count two, threatening or harassing phone calls is a second-degree misdemeanor. There's probable cause for that charge. That's a $150 bond. And it's going to be plus house arrest with a GPS monitor.
Trying to do level 2.
What are his priors?
He's got a prior prison sentence, 15 months for armed robbery. I see prior domestic violence arrests, and the open misdemeanor is also with the same victim.
All right, so it's
I
level.
don't see any other arrests since 2014. I would ask that you do level 3, Judge. You issued a stay away order. He'll stay away from her.
I'll do level 3 house arrest with a curfew from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay, level 3 is overstates objection.
Stay away from the victim. Thank you for coming to court, ma'am. Go to courtroom 5-3. Do you see the Zoom ID number here? They wrote it down, I hope?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Good day. It'll be a few minutes before.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Next is Isaac Reyes Marrero. Miss F, let me know when you have that name.
No, the detective said he's not gonna be able to get into the afternoon. So I don't know if your honor wants to just set a bond.
Okay. I'll bring her back. Good morning, sir. Do you speak English?
Speak English and Spanish, ma'am.
Sir, so Mr. Reyes Marrero, you were arrested for 4 counts of possession of crack cocaine and 1 count of petty theft. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
So it should be just 1 count of the cocaine and there's 2 counts of the petty theft.
Oh, it's 2 counts of petty theft. Thank you. Let me just see about the petty theft.
Right. 2 separate addresses. Hold on.
So we're stealing something from somebody's property, tubes in a table.
Wait, hold on. It may just be 1. Yeah, it says the video also depicts the following day. I don't know.
He was, because he's also in possession of a red satchel. I don't know, that had the cocaine in it. Mhm. I guess it looks like 2 days it happened.
Make $1 maybe on the 2nd count of petty theft.
For order to stay away from, is that the address 6271 West 16th Street? Because that's a different address in the place it occurred.
I was looking at I got it from the A4. I'm grabbing a table and tubes from 6271.
Stay away from 6271 West 16th Avenue in Hialeah, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that location. You must stay away from there, sir. So maybe you want, is he eligible for pretrial? Pretrial services alternate bond count 1 is $2,500. Counts 2, 3, and 4 is an ROR. Count 5 petty theft. I didn't see a value.
No.
$150. And count 6 will be $1. All right, have a nice day. Corrections, let me know when you have Mr. Saul's client here, please, for that, for Mr. John. Let me know when he's here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Eladio Gonzalez on page 9.
Mr. Gonzalez is present. He speaks English.
Morning, sir. You were arrested for possession of methamphetamine, possession of cocaine, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Well, is he eligible for pretrial? Pretrial services, there's probable cause. Pretrial services alternate bond. $2,500 count 1. $2,500 count 2, and $500 count 3. Have a nice day, sir. Brandon Chase is next, page 3.
He refused court, Your Honor.
All right, let me review the probable cause. Here's probable cause for the charges. Reset it for the afternoon. Alvin Hart.
What happened to Mr. Chase? Where was he?
Refused for correction?
He refused?
He refused.
Thank you.
He refused.
Good morning, Mr. Hart. You were arrested for grand theft of a vehicle, trafficking in cocaine, transportation of drug paraphernalia, and possession with intent to sell cocaine. So, sir, can you afford to hire a lawyer?
Oh, not right now, Your Honor.
Find the public defender's office for you.
Or maybe make the paraphernalia a misdemeanor, split the cocaine.
All right. So count 1, grand theft of a vehicle is a $2,500 bond. Count 2, trafficking in cocaine. We had a 20-year sentence for armed robbery from 1999. Anyway, count 2, trafficking in cocaine. I'll set that at $20,000. Count 3, possession of drug paraphernalia is $500, and count 4, possession with intent to sell cocaine is $5,000. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Judge, can you repeat the bonds again?
2,500 count 1, 20,000 count 2, 500 count 3, 5,000 count 4.
Thank you.
Next case is Angelo Garcia, page 14. Good morning, Mr. Garcia. You were arrested for battery by a detainee on another detainee. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Okay. Victim went up to him. I'm going to set the bond at $1,000. That's fine. $1,000 bond. Have a nice day.
Mr. Garcia approached the victim.
I thought it was the other way around. Sorry. Mr. Moore stopping by Mr. Garcia's bed. They had a verbal exchange while Mr. Garcia remained reclined. So isn't he Mr. Garcia?
And then it says, subsequently, he stood up, approached the victim, and struck him.
Mr. Moore went to him first. Okay.
What was the bond?
$1,000.
Okay.
Next, there's trouble cause Latrenda Warren is next.
Bond out.
Thank you. Rella Echeverria. Page 1. Good morning, Ms. Echeverria. You were arrested for robbery by sudden snatching, organized scheme to defraud, and 13 counts of fraudulent use of personal identification. This is a case from February 13th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So it looks like the victim was intoxicated and he was involved in helping remove his phone. Let me just read this. So yes, it's over in South Beach. He had at 2:30 in the morning. There's video of the victim and the two females walking on Espanola Way. So Mr. Hill, a co-defendant who owned the car who drove her away, admitted his involvement, identified Ms. Echeverria as the female suspect observed in the surveillance video. She admitted her involvement, identified herself as well. Okay, so ma'am, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Brian Skerry. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times. So Ms. Corey, did you have anything you want to say? I mean,
It's really a vague arrest form. It says that an unknown suspect approached him and forcefully took his phone from his hand. And that person, so they don't even state if it's.
They got a video of it. Yeah. So
They don't state in the video that anybody takes anything from his hand. And then they don't state, they vaguely state they admitted to their involvement. Well, what does that mean? They admitted to their involvement. That means nothing.
accessed his phone and took out over $37,000 from 13 separate accounts. That's what it means.
Well, that means that that's what happened to the victim, but where's the connection to Ms. Echeverria, Judge? That's what's missing, is they use these vague statements of some admitting to some involvement, but what is it exactly that they admitted to? Because they don't have anything else.
Okay, State, you want to call in Detective Yaruso?
I don't know if Sergeant Rodriguez can assist. I see that she's logged on. It looks like these two girls are maybe distracting the victim as the other guy runs up, steals the phone, and then they run to the fourth person's car. So it looks like they were acting together. But I can bring in the officer if that's not sufficient.
I think, you know what, it's a serious charges, and yeah, maybe a little bit more information would be helpful to establish probable cause. Okay. You want me to pass it or reset it for the afternoon?
I don't know if Rodriguez is listening. Let's pass it. Maybe she can help get the detective in.
Okay, we'll pass the case to see if Detective Yaruso is available. Have a seat, please. Next case is Andrea Lancheros Munoz, page 2.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for false name after arrest with an adverse effect.
Usted fue arrestada por dar un nombre falso después de arresto con un efecto adverso.
Petty theft and resisting an officer without violence.
Robo de menor cuantía y resistir a un oficial sin violencia.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Yo le asigno al abogado de la defensa pública.
So it looks like she's at Walmart switching tags to pay less money on some merchandise.
Parece que estaba en Walmart cambiando las etiquetas para pagar menos por ciertos artículos.
She gave a false name to the police.
Y le dio un nombre falso a la policía.
State, is there an adverse effect?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. So, ma'am, you are ordered to stay away from the Walmart store at 9300 Northwest 77th Avenue in Hialeah Gardens, Florida.
Se le ordena, señora, que se mantenga alejada del Walmart en el 9300 Northwest 77 Avenida, Hialeah Gardens, Florida.
Ma'am, how long have you lived in Miami?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva en Miami usted, señora?
2 años y medio.
2.5 years.
All right. Pretrial services, alternate bus, count 1, false name after arrest will be $250.
Ok, le voy a asignar, a recomendar a un programa y la fianza alterna para el cargo 1, dar nombre falso, $250.
Which state, does she have any priors anywhere?
Nothing that I'm aware of.
Okay. 250, like I said, pretrial alternate, 250, count 1, count 2, petty theft. Is there a value? Yeah, $25. So count 2 will be $150.
Cargo 2, la fianza alterna, $150.
Count 3, resisting an officer without violence is $250.
Y $250 para el cargo 3, resistir sin violencia.
Okay, make sure to keep all future court dates. Have a nice day.
Asegúrese que no falle ninguna fecha en el futuro de corte. Que tenga buen día.
Mary Brandon is next. Good morning, Ms. Brandon. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. It's from February 10th. So there is probable cause for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are TJ. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home and school and place of employment at all times, and stay away from the victim's residence at 6730 Northwest Fifth Avenue in Miami, Florida. Do you understand the stay away order, ma'am?
Yes.
There is probable cause for the charge. Let's see something. I don't know what to do with the paper. Did she have priors?
Prior arrests. I don't see anything. So
So
recent, this is violent.
You want me to do you have money for a bond? Otherwise, I can do house arrest. Ms. Corey?
Yes, she believes she has money for a bond, Judge.
All right, I'll set her bond at, I'll set it at $3,500. Have a good day. Stay away from the victim. Next case we have is Jaquilla Reagan. Let me see if I try to stay away others. Oh, okay.
5 kids.
I understand. Good morning, Ms. Reagan. You were arrested for 5 counts of child neglect. It's from March 2nd. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So let me review. Well, I guess the first incident was February 21st. She left the children at home overnight so she can see her boyfriend. So victim 4, let's see. Victim 4 is an 8-year-old who left home at 2 a.m. So he was observed walking by a neighbor in the neighborhood. Then on March 2nd, she left all 5 of the children in the pool unsupervised. Victim 4 was struggling to stay afloat. Victim 2 saw victim 4 struggling, jumped in the water to try and help that child. That child was also struggling. And on March 5th, she drove victim 2 to the hospital who wasn't feeling well, and that's where she was taken into custody. There's probable cause for child neglect. I don't know. Where's their dads? You got 5 kids. Is there a dad involved? Do they live with the father too, or no? Or any of the fathers? Miss Corey, I can only hope GCF is involved.
So Judge, one of the fathers is not involved, the other one lives nearby.
Okay, where are the children now? Do you know? Does she know?
With my brother.
I don't know. Well, can't be all that bad. She took one of them to the hospital.
Yeah, well, because like
I know one was sick. So So 8, 12, 10, and 4. You got another 14 years to go till they're on their own in 18. You got to be there for the duration. These children could have been killed in that pool. So what do you want me to do? Supervised only?
Yes,
Actually, where's the fifth? Victim 5 is 4. Oh, 4,
I would
2,
ask for supervised too.
8, and 4.
In the state, would like Your Honor to defer to whatever DCF says.
Absolutely. I guess if I had 5 on my shed, I'd be under a lot of stress too. All right. I'll enter order that you can only have supervised visitation with these children, your children, whose initials are KM, KM, AR, AI, and AR. So no, you only supervised contact is permitted with your 5 children. Also, you cannot be physically threatening or violent towards them in any manner whatsoever. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. And in the event there is an open case in dependency court arising from the same set of facts and events as this case, then any and all orders entered in dependency court regarding your contact, visitation, and custody shall supersede or replace this court's order. So whatever they say takes precedence over this criminal court order. If they say no contact, you got to follow it. If they give you therapeutic or unsupervised visits, that will be fine, but you have to follow whatever they say if they enter an order regarding your contact with the children, okay? Okay, give me a second. All right, I guess I'll give her pretrial services with an alternate bond. What do you want, 2,500 or 5,000? I don't know, 20.
Okay.
Pretrial services, alternate bond, $2,500 each count. Good luck to you, ma'am. I need a minute or two to do the stay orders for the rest of the children. Excuse me, 1 second. It's 5. Gotta do. Okay, this one's done.
Corrections, after Ms. Mersey, I do have the detective here on Echeverria.
We want to get a break. Okay, I'll do the other ones as I can. Anna Mersey is next. Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for grand theft, a 3rd-degree felony. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Looks like she's here on vacation and she picked up somebody's wallet that contained jewelry at the hotel. I don't see any criminal history, but again, no local ties.
No, there was $1,700 in cash and $1,000 pair of earrings as well. There's probable cause for the charge. Well, at least you returned some of the cash. Earrings were not located. You were ordered. I don't know if she has to go back there to get her stuff. Miss Corey, does she have to get her stuff at the Sherry Frontenac Hotel?
No, Judge, she has her sister can get it for her.
And you were ordered to stay away from the Sherry Frontenac Hotel. You want me to order her to stay away from the hotel? It's like a crime of opportunity crime.
Up to you, Judge.
Order her to stay away from that. Okay. Anyway, there's probable cause for grand theft. She's visiting. All right.
So she's supposed to go out of town on Saturday, Judge. She does work. She's a teacher. This is her first arrest.
In children, that's all I can say. That's pretty scary. Okay. $1,500 bond. Good luck to you, ma'am. Make sure to keep all future court dates. You want to recall a case? What happened at Witt? What happened to Mr. John, Rolf John? Is he around? Did you get him yet?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me recall that one first. Mr. Saul, are you still here? In another court? Let me see if he's here.
Hello again.
Morning. Okay, I think they got him. Just 1 second for them to bring him in.
Judge, I did prepare a stay order. They live across the street, it appears. Mr. Saul, you want to fix your glasses?
I'm sorry, couldn't
They're,
say
they're,
that
a
again.
little, they're a little askew, your glasses.
They're broken. I'm in my house right now. I'm doing the best I can.
Good morning, Mr. John. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a firearm. It's from February 12th of 2025. Your attorney is present. Good morning. Can you tell us your name, please, for the record?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Scott on his behalf. I'll stipulate the probable cause, but I do believe there are mitigating circumstances. It's a delayed arrest. The police officer really doesn't describe anything from independent witnesses. I believe Mr. Johns has no priors. He's a homeowner. He's stable. I would respectfully ask to reduce his bond to $2,500.
It's a case from February 12th.
Right, but he was arrested yesterday.
So how many feet away is the victim?
Right, it looks like it's a bad situation between these two neighbors. 15 feet.
Right. So you were ordered to stay away from Jeffrey DeBow, the alleged victim, no contact with him, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. Stay at least 15 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times. So if he comes over to you, walk away, avoid any problems, because if you get rearrested, you're going to be locked up in jail until your trial. Do you understand?
I've always done that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll set his bond at $3,000. How's that?
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
One second. What's the case you want now? Who is this?
This is Miss Torres Tosca.
Yeah.
Hello, Ms. Torres Tosca. A man, you were arrested for aggravated battery. It's from February 9th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
So it's a fight at a club. The victim was the initial aggressor, but it does appear that the defendant used excessive deadly force. She hit the victim with a bottle. The victim needed 5 stitches. Her bondsman's here.
Okay, great. All right, so there is probable cause for aggravated battery. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are AM. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. Stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment. So if you're both working at that same club, you may have to go somewhere else, okay, and find a new place to work, or work on days she's not there. I'll set her bond at $5,000. Have a nice day. Do you have Valerie LeBrun, page 3? She's out on probation, hold for F23 12409. Good morning, Ms. LeBrun. You were arrested for aggravated battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So she threw hot water on the victim's head.
And the victim needed to be transported.
Well, then 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 she
This
also,
is after the alleged victim tried to open the bathroom while she was in it.
But they all live in the same house.
turns the neck. Yeah, the boarding house. It's an assisted living facility with several locked rooms. So she's out on probation. There's a hold for F23-12409. So you got to see the division judge tomorrow for that case. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Torrance Redwine. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, school, and place of employment at all times. You may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail. You must be accompanied by a police officer so that you can retrieve your personal belongings. If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. Do you understand the stay away order?
Could I have a question? Can I say something on the
Do you understand it?
Yeah.
She understands, Judge.
All right, I'll set her bond. What do you say? 25, 3,000.
It's fine, she's got the holds.
$2,500 bond. Have a nice day. And so we have the females. I need to recall the female that was Tanisha Lee. Can I just recall her case, please? Morning, 1 second. They couldn't find the name of they don't have the name of the victim. I guess you know who the victim is. Stay away from that alleged victim. In this case, it's from September of 2024, the person you allegedly hit in the eye with a coat hanger. You understand? To stay away from the person?
Yeah.
Are you currently living with them?
No.
Okay, good. Anyway, what did he ask me for pretrial? When was that? From 2024, so it's more than 6 months ago. Miss F, I guess I can order her in if she doesn't have any priors. Does she have priors?
There's nothing I'm aware of.
Pretrial services alternate bond. They'll set it at $3,500. I'll order her in. Stay away from the victim. Stay in touch with your attorney, Mr. Haber. He sent an email over saying he couldn't be here. He had a depo or something like that, or sworn statement. All right. Have a nice day. All right, next is.
We can recall Echeverria.
Echeverria, who am I calling? Oh yeah, Morella Echeverria.
The detective, can you please unmute, turn on your camera?
Detective here, I said good morning. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
I do.
Put your hand. Tell us your name.
Detective Anthony Russo,
Thank you. Go. What police department?
City of Miami Beach.
Thank you. Go ahead, state.
All right, detective, what was this defendant's role in the robbery?
She was one of the subjects that originally made contact with the victim and then took the phone and then got in the car. Like a getaway car.
Was she the person who took the phone?
It's I'm unable to determine if she was with another female, which one it was, due to like the camera angle that shows them is blocked. There's like, they're standing behind a structure.
And the money was taken out of the various financial institutions. Where did it go?
It went to various accounts. I think so. There was 13 transactions, and all those transactions, for the most part, went to like different accounts all over the place.
Okay. And she provided a statement.
She identified herself in the camera footage. She identified herself with the victim at the time this happened. But she didn't admit to taking the phone.
And Mr. Hill provided a statement.
Wait,
Yes.
did you say she did admit to taking the phone?
No.
No.
Did not admit to taking the phone.
Correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Hill provided a statement.
Yes.
What did he say?
He said that Miss Hechevera had called her and asked him to pick her up at that location, and which he did, and he didn't have any knowledge about the phone being taken. That's what he claimed.
And how did the victim meet Miss Echeverria?
He met them just walking on the sidewalk, like probably about a half hour, 45 minutes before all this happened.
Do you know if the two women were maybe like trying to distract him, or what the circumstances surrounding meeting the victim?
Object to speculation. Needed.
Sustained.
Do you know if any of the money went into her accounts?
That's still being investigated via subpoenas. I did find a credit card in her possession that ended in 4 digits, which was similar to some of the money went into a credit card, a Visa credit card ending in the same 4 digits. Some of the victims from his Robinhood account for $5,000, which is still being investigated.
Any information about the other female?
No.
And then was there? Okay, so in the A form it says an unknown suspect approached him and took the phone. So was the person who took the phone one of the ladies or another person?
No, it appears to be one of the females due to the timeline of all the events and me following him on camera. That was the only incident that I find that consistent with what his statements are.
So one of the two women took the phone and then they went to Mr. Hill's car.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you believe the judge should know in terms of probable cause?
No, right now there's like a big statewide investigation with the prosecutor's office, the statewide prosecutor's office, involving these organized scheme to defraud. And these people have been associated with some of the people that they're currently investigating this trend is happening like statewide in St. Petersburg, Tampa, and now Miami.
Okay. Sorry. In the count 3, okay, never mind. All right. No further questions, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Corey, any questions for Detective Yaruso?
Yes, so Detective Yaruso, the alleged victim has no idea who actually removed a phone from his hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at no time did you see Miss Echeverria take a phone from the alleged victim?
Correct.
And you don't have any information at this point confirming whether or not Miss Echeverria has received any proceeds of any of the takings from the alleged victim's phone?
Correct.
So the only thing you have at this point is she was walking alongside at some point of the alleged victim and got into a car.
And then the transactions started occurring right at that time after they go separate ways.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you. So Judge, at this point, there's nothing tying Ms. Echeverria to the person taking a phone. They don't indicate, obviously there was somebody else that was walking with the alleged victim. The alleged victim doesn't even know if it's male or female, can't describe who it was that supposedly took a phone from them. All they know is a phone was taken at some point. There's nothing tying Ms. Echeverria to the taking of the phone or to using, or utilizing, or receiving any of the funds.
Okay, thank you. Anything, Ms. Seth?
Right, so the way I understood the testimony is one of the two ladies actually took the phone from the victim, and then they both fled into Mr. Hill's car, and then immediately thereafter, there were the multiple fraudulent transactions. So I think that she would be a principal. She was involved in the scheme with the other two co-defendants to steal the victim's phone, personal information, and access accounts.
Okay. There's probably cause. I'm sorry. There's probably
a far-fetched claim because they don't even know when the phone was taken. So if the phone were taken earlier before the police were able to even see him walking down the street and then somebody's using it, but otherwise they have nothing connecting Ms. Echeverria to actually taking the phone, Judge.
That's not what he testified to. He said the fraudulent transactions began shortly after she walked away and they called Mr. Hill to pick him up.
Right, but we don't know even when the phone was taken because nobody saw the phone taken. They don't know if it's male, if it's female, if they're white, black, tall, skinny, fat. We have no information of who took the phone.
There's probable cause for the charges. Count 1, the robbery by sudden snatching is $2,500. Count 2, organized scheme to defraud is $2,500. Count 3, fraudulent use of or possession of personal identification is $2,500. I know because he testified at least to one account that was similar to the last 4 digits of her credit card. The rest of the charges, I don't know. Did she have priors anywhere? State, do you know?
So she's from Sun City, Florida. There's no criminal history that I'm aware of.
Okay, I think the remaining 4 through, what is that? I don't know how many counts is it? 4 through 15, what do you want me to do? ROR those?
I mean, I think there's PC because there were 13 separate transactions made from the phone that she was involved in stealing.
15 would be $1,000 each count.
Judge, you're finding a probable cause over defense objection. There's nothing tying Ms. Echeverria to this crime.
That's my ruling. So stay away from that victim as well. I already read the stay away order.
Did we also have the co-defendant, Mr. Hill, on page number 7?
Okay. We can call that up. What's the page? 7? 7. Raymond Hill, page 7. Good morning, Mr. Hill. You were arrested for robbery by sudden snatching, organized scheme to defraud, and 13 counts of fraudulent use of personal identification. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So, sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Brian Skerry, no contact with him either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and stay at least 500 feet away from his phone, home, school, and place of employment. So state, let me hear, Detective Yaruso is here. He's the one who picked the ladies up after they took the victim's phone. Why is he charged with all of these other counts? The robbery by set and snatching. He didn't snatch it.
So it looks like they were involved together in an enterprise for the ladies to get the phone, and then they bring the phone back to the awaiting vehicle where money is subsequently pulled out of the victim's accounts.
So
Maybe, so I don't know if he would be a principal or accessory after the fact. But Detective Yaruso, anything you want to tell the judge?
No, I mean, I think what you said was accurate.
Do you know if any of the monies went to any of his accounts?
No. So what I've been learning about this is these are all, they're called like drop accounts that are set up prior to these incidents. It's a pretty sophisticated scheme, and it does take quite a bit of further investigating to track where everything goes. But it's all very various different types of accounts where all this money went.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Corey, any questions for Detective Yaruso?
No, Judge. I would ask that you find no probable cause. Detective Yaruso already testified that Mr. Hill indicated that he was asked for a ride to pick them up. He went to the corner, picked them up, and there's nothing indicating that he was aware of any incident going on or that he participated in any theft of the alleged victim. There's nothing tying him to any crime, Judge.
See?
So I think that he would be, again, an accessory after the fact. Also, Detective, how soon after the phone was taken were the victim's accounts compromised?
It happened like that same. So the phone was taken at 2:30, and I know the accounts were compromised, like in the same early morning hour.
So it looks like he's involved in this scheme.
Judge, I'm not sure how the state can say he was involved in the scheme because they have absolutely no evidence indicating Mr. Hill was aware of any scheme, any phone, that he received any proceeds. They have nothing at this point, Judge, absolutely nothing. His only statement to the police was he was asked if they could pick them up, and he came by and picked them up and gave them a ride. And that's it.
Detective, you wrote here he admitted to his involvement. What was his involvement? Picking the girls up?
His involvement, yeah. Basically, they drove in together right before, and then she called him to pick him up.
Well, they drove in a South.
No, it appears they came in together.
Came into where? Miami?
His car comes into Miami Beach about an hour before the crime. It goes to that same area where all this took place. And the girls kind of walk around the immediate area, and until they run into someone, they run into the male or my victim. At that point, all this happens, and then he shows up again and picks him up, and then immediately leaves the city.
Did the victim describe his interaction with the two female defendants?
Just no, not he doesn't really remember. Like,
okay,
he has vague memories.
I think there's probable cause for accessory after the fact. That may be a reach. But it looks like they're sort of out there fishing to see what they can get. And then when they get something, they take their haul and leave. So count one, I'll find probable cause for accessory after the fact. Just strong arm robbery. Not strong arm robbery by sudden snatching, excuse me. It's an F3. That will be, I'm not sure what that bond would be. Is it 2,500 or did you have any priors in state?
No priors, but again, no local ties. His address is listed as Plant City.
Bonded $1,000. I believe there is probable cause for organized scheme to defraud. It's a $2,500 bond. And the remaining counts I'll set count 3 at $2,500 and count 4 through 15. I'm going to ROR those.
And it looks like the investigation is still going on. The detective's looking into the bank accounts and.
There's $1, Ms. Corey, in case they're going to do subpoenas to all those accounts and they may find something on $1 on each of those instead.
No, Judge, an ROR is fine.
No.
And Judge, I'm objecting to your probable cause finding on the record. There's nothing indicating knowledge on behalf of Mr. Hill of any crime.
I'll make a cause for counts 2 through 15 as well. I mean 3, yeah, 2 through 15. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you, detective.
We couldn't hear what you said.
I'm making a finding of probable cause and I'm 1,000 count 1, 2,500 count 2, 2,500 count 3, 4 through 15 is an ROR. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, Judge. There's also, I don't know if you guys need me here, but there's 2 more arrests made in reference to a firearm charges.
I'm happy to call it. What page?
All this.
Who is it?
Lamar Lewis and Vincent Hernandez.
We did Lamar Lewis. He had the fugitive warrant.
What page?
Who was the other one besides Lamar Lewis?
One Lamar Lewis detective, he had a fugitive warrant from out of state. The judge set a $7,500 bond, but he's being held no bond on his out of state fugitive.
The other person. Is there another person or no?
Vincent Hernandez.
Hernandez? I don't know what page. Do you know?
We don't see her.
Maybe he's on. He might be on this afternoon.
Okay.
If that's the case, I can come back if you need.
We don't see him.
If we need you, I'll let you know. Unless you want to come on, it's up to you.
Okay.
Just let me know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, Nancy Dietz is next. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for written threats to kill or do bodily harm. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
I don't think there's prejudice.
Oh, they wrote with prejudice. Okay. So he's using the computer at the library, it looks like. This goes,
I think it's a company that processes like electronic payments and gift cards.
okay, I'll make a finding of probable cause. You are ordered to stay away from the income organization, no contact with that organization directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. So stay away from the income organization and its employees. You cannot email them, no texting, email, social media contact, and stay at least 500 feet away from their business. Bond is going to be $7,500. Actually, it's a first. Why is it a first? Oh, it's no prejudice.
Because of the prejudice.
$7,500 bond. Good day, sir. Next, we have this Ballot Fitzgerald, page 4. Good morning.
Natasha.
You were arrested for dealing in stolen property and petty theft. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. This is working with the co-defendant. Let me just read this again.
No, I mean, it looks like, what is it? He stole $735 worth of stuff, and then he returned a ribeye that was stolen by a co-defendant the previous day.
Okay, you are ordered to stay away from the Costco store at 13450 Southwest 120th Street in Miami, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that store. You must stay away from there. Count 1, dealing in stolen property.
Judge, would you consider pretrial?
No objection.
Pretrial services alternate bond. Count 1 will be $5,000 and count 2, petty theft, is $150.
I think, Judge, I think it's a M1 for the 735. Because it says that the co-defendant fled with the merchandise into the defendant's vehicle.
That was a stake.
That the stake, I think, is the dealing in stolen property.
Oh, all right. Count 2 will be 500. Pretrial services alternate 5,000 and 500. Have a good day. Next is Kenneth McKnight. Page 4, 2 cases. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for 2 cases: possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia, and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. That's from February 26. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Gary McMillan. No contact with the alleged victim, Gary McMillan, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times. That bond is $5,000. The other case.
I just wanted to put on the record, the defendant, it looks like he's got a prior 12-year prison sentence for murder. And then he has a 30-year prison sentence for robbery, multiple conditional release violations. His most recent release was in 23.
Okay. The other case, possession of cocaine, is $2,500. Count 1. Count 2, possession of drug paraphernalia, is $500. Have a good day. Next is Javier Pavon, page 5.
Bond it out.
Thank you.
Nisha, can you show me that screen that you have?
You don't think it's him? Hold on. I think, here we go. It says, yeah, 10/18/58, Kenneth McKnight. The release was in 23, but I think that could have been a conditional release violation.
I said in the same bond. I'm not
I
raising.
mean, if I made a mistake, let me know, but I think it's him.
Okay, next we have this Ronnie Hillard. Good morning, Mr. Hillard. You were arrested for possession of cocaine, possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So he had, let's see, a backpack. He had a fixed blade knife with a blade measuring 5.5 inches, and he is a convicted felon. So there's probable cause for that charge. Count 1, possession of cocaine is $1,000 bond. Count 2, possession of a weapon by a convicted felon will be $5,000. Count 3, possession of drug paraphernalia is $500. Have a good day, sir. Next case is Michael Allen.
Not felony bond.
Mr. Allen, good morning. You were arrested in this case for possession of cocaine, trespass after warning, and you are out on felony bond. There's a hold for case F24-26274. I will appoint the public defender's office. Yes, sir, you have a question? You want to ask your lawyer?
That looks pretty good for today.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me know.
Sorry.
It's not good because we're not done yet. It'll be good when we're done. Okay. Mr. Allen, there's probable cause for the charges. You are ordered to stay away from the property at 239 Northeast 79th Street in Miami, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that store, that business or location. You must stay away from there, sir. Count 1, possession of cocaine. You had 2 bags of cocaine. I'll set it at $2,500. And count 2, trespass after warning is $500. You'll see a judge tomorrow. Have a good day, sir. Next, we have Luigi Diaz. Good morning, Mr. Diaz.
Hi, good morning.
You got arrested for robbery by sudden snatching and battery. Sir, can you afford to hire a private lawyer?
It depends, but perhaps.
You own your home?
Yes, I do.
Then you don't qualify for the public defender. So you're gonna have to get a lawyer. You want me to do it now? You want to waive a lawyer's presence? And I'll
Wait a minute. So if I own a home,
Yeah,
I can.
public defender is for people who are indigent, who have nothing. Low income or no assets. You have an asset, so you don't qualify for the public. If you need, okay. You want me to set a bond now, or you want me to reset it to give you a chance to have a lawyer come to court and make legal argument for you?
Well, I haven't spoken to a lawyer about the matter, so.
Reset the case for the afternoon calendar, and that way you can use the phone at the jail to try and call a lawyer if you like. It's no problem. Whatever you like. I can set it for tomorrow. It's no, whatever you like.
No, I don't want to be here. Like,
I don't blame you. So if you waive a lawyer's presence, I can review it for probable cause and set the appropriate bond, and you can get out quicker. But it's your choice.
so if I get a lawyer now, then you guys are gonna give me the bond?
If you want me to reset your case for the afternoon calendar, it's at 1:30. You can try and call a lawyer to come to court, and they come to court and represent you, and they make any legal argument that's appropriate and regarding the charge. Or you can waive the right to have a lawyer in court with you. And I would proceed now without you having a lawyer now, and I'd set a bond and read the stay away order. But you don't.
Okay, so in this case, I would defend myself?
Well, you don't pretty much don't talk about the facts. You just sit there and listen. And if I agree there's probable cause, I'll set a bond and read the stay away order.
It's just a bond hearing.
It's not the trial, first appearance hearing. So it's to determine whether or not there's probable cause for the charge.
Can I just explain before we move forward? I just want
She's
to,
only gonna read the arrest, see what the police will substantiate with whatever they charged you with, okay? That's it.
what should I do? I don't.
Okay, let's reset it for the afternoon. Give them a chance to talk. I don't know what to do. All right.
Afternoon is what, at 1 o'clock?
1:30.
1:30? So you're saying now I might be able to get a lawyer by 1:30 for them to come here?
Yeah, on Zoom.
Oh, via Zoom?
Yes.
Okay, so what do I do now then?
Go have a seat. I'm reviewing for probable cause. For the record, there's probable cause for the charge. I'll see you in the afternoon. Go call a lawyer.
Okay.
All right, yeah. Well. Which one? No, there's no stay away order. I don't know the victim's name. There's no stay away order. All right, now we have Roger Rivas. Good morning, sir. You are arrested for carrying a concealed firearm and possession of cannabis. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Okay, so there's probable cause.
Judge, it looks like he's 21 years old. I'm not sure why he's charged.
Because of the marijuana, they wrote that
Firearm, cannabis.
it looks like he's smoking because of the odor of burnt marijuana, and you can't.
But I don't see carrying concealed firearm charge.
It's under his, oh, it's.
No, I
under-
don't see the basis of why it would be carrying concealed firearm because he's 20.
There's a firearm underneath his.
29.
Oh, he's 29. Actually, he's 29 years old.
The A form.
Because of cannabis, you can't have a gun with cannabis.
It would be armed cannabis possession.
Where they can charge it, whatever, they can also charge carrying a concealed firearm.
I don't see how that
I have my-
I don't see how that disqualifies him, Judge. Otherwise, everybody who has an armed possession of anything would be having a carrying concealed firearm, but they don't.
If it's concealed, yeah, they could.
I don't see how that disqualifies
I'll
him.
look for the actual language, but I believe somebody, it says like if you habitually use a drug, then let me see if I can get the actual language from Corey.
He has 2 prior marijuana charges. Go get a license, go get that marijuana license. You pay the doctor, they tell you, and you can go buy it legally at the designated stores. That way you don't get arrested.
So
Anyway,
here, right, 'cause here's the, I guess, the criteria. Does not chronically and habitually use alcohol or other substances. It shall be presumed that an applicant uses them if they've been.
it talks,
Right, you can't carry a concealed weapon if you're high.
First of all, the charges that he has withholds for are from 2018, so it does not show he's a habitual user.
there's an odor of burnt marijuana in the vehicle. You can't have a gun around that can, I think the basis is.
But I understand that if the charge were armed possession, but I don't understand any charge. I don't think he qualifies for a charge of carrying concealed firearm. I would ask that you find no probable cause for count one, Judge.
Thank you, state. If there's an odor of cannabis, does that make it?
So I think that's the officer, I think, is trying to say that he chronically uses substances because he's got priors for multiple priors involving cannabis, and then they've also found cannabis in the car and smelt burnt cannabis.
So it's not chronic if it's 7 years ago. It's just not.
I agree with that. It will satisfy that element, but the odor of burnt marijuana, I think, would prohibit him from having a concealed firearm. That being said, I'm still going to give him pretrial. What does he want, pretrial or a bond?
Pretrial, please.
This is alternate bond, count one. I'll set it $1,500. Count two, possession of cannabis, $1. Have a nice day. Next is Ahab Suleiman, page 6.
He's on felony bond.
Hold for F25-798. I think those guys at the jail, you all jinxed me. We were going fast, now we're going slow. You jinxed me. Let's not say anything until we finish, then be happy if you finish at a decent hour.
One moment, Judge.
And anybody else? I'm standing up.
Corrections they're taking a moment, Judge, with something.
Stretch. You guys always come here to lunch. Aren't you bored coming? Okay.
We have somebody now.
Hi, this is Mr. Ihab Suleiman. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for possession of crystal meth, a controlled substance, possession of Xanax, possession of a prescription drug without a prescription, possession of cannabis, and possession of drug paraphernalia. So I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There is probable cause for everything, but unfortunately you're out on felony bond. So there is a hold for you to see your judge tomorrow for your open case. So I'll just set the bonds as follows. Count one, possession of a controlled substance, crystal meth, is $2,500. Count two, possession of a controlled substance. I guess that's a clonazepam, or I don't know if that's the clonazepam or the Xanax. That's $2,500. Count three, possession of a prescription drug without a prescription is $150. Count four, possession of cannabis. You want $1 and ROR, 2 grams of marijuana.
$1.
$1 for 4. Count five, possession of drug paraphernalia is $500. And you'll see Judge Rodriguez tomorrow. Have a nice day, sir. Next, Alberto Lorente.
Judge, we need to take a case out of turn, please. We need to take, yes, sir. We need to take Mr. Dillon, number 27 on the calendar, if we can, on page 10.
Let's bring in Mr. Dillon.
Hi, Mr. Dillon. How you doing?
Hi, Mr. Dillon. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for burglary, attempted burglary to an occupied dwelling and criminal mischief, and I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So, and I think
Probable cause, yesterday noting counsel's objection.
right. Ms. Corey argued it was a, where's the stay away order though? What page was he, 10? Right, sir, you are ordered to stay away from the victim's property at 844 Northwest 70th Street, apartment 7. You're not allowed to go to that location. You must stay away from there. And I'm setting a bond count 1, attempted burglary. What do you want me to set that at?
That was 2,500.
500 count 1, and count 2, there's no value. That's $150. Have a nice day, sir.
You said 500 count 1?
No, 2,500 count 1, 150 count 2.
Judge, Mr. Dillon is currently homeless. He cannot afford a bond. Would your honor consider the TAP program for him?
Okay, do you have an objection?
So she's got a lot of priors. There was a 28-month prison sentence in 23. I saw it looks like a 53-month prison sentence in 2020 for armed robbery, aggravated assault, multiple probation violations.
Let me see, I have it here.
I can pull up DOC history.
He has a lot of priors.
And corrections, why are we calling this out of turn?
Maybe he's not feeling well. I mean, he has nothing recent.
There was a conviction, so he got out of prison in 23. I saw a conviction 30 days last year also for trespass.
So go visit Judge Young. He's very nice. Maybe he'll give him TAP, but I can't do it today, but maybe Judge Young will do it, okay? I can't do that today. I'm sorry. It's a burglary charge, attempted burglary charge. Next case we have is Alberto Lorente on page 7.
Is a violent felony offender of special concern.
Good afternoon, sir. I mean, good morning, sir. You were arrested for
Wait, one moment. Wrong person. Alberto Lorente. I know we need him. Mr. Lorente is present. He speaks English and Spanish.
Sir, you were arrested for petty theft, 2 or more convictions, and resisting an officer without violence. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There is probable cause for the charges. You are ordered to stay away from the Trader Joe's store at 1683 West Avenue in Miami Beach, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that store and you must stay away from there, sir. So he's out on probation. There's a hold for F23 18259. You'll see your judge tomorrow. Count 1. Count 1 is the petty theft, 2 or more convictions. It's $2,500. And count 2, was it resisting an officer without violence, is $500. Have a nice day, sir. Next case is Caesar Biddy. Thank you. Hi, Mr. Bikey. Good morning, sir.
Also, like, are you related to Victoria Glazer?
No.
As another judge I met before.
Anyway, you were arrested for an aggravated stalking charge in violation of a court order. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So let me review for probable cause. He's the defendant's, the next door neighbor of the victim. Okay. So he's taking a picture of the victim's home, which is a violation of the injunction, as the victim's a neighbor. Miss Corey, what is? Sir. Miss Corey, anything you want to say?
One moment, Judge.
It's me.
Which I have his priors whenever your honor's ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Judge, Mr. Bikek has no funds for a bond. Would your honor consider any alternate form of release for him?
I don't know. Let me see the prior
Give
statement.
me 1 second, Judge. I just wanted to check something. Okay.
And it looks like a violation of a domestic violence injunction.
So here are the priors. Hold on. There's an open. Actually, this is here. This is a better view. So there's the open misdemeanor violation of an injunction, and then he completed PTI on an aggravated stalking in 23. There's a conviction for threatening or harassing phone calls in 23. I don't know if it's the same victim in the 23 case. I can check.
So should there be a hold from to see a judge or to sit?
Well, he's got that. Hold on. I pulled the A form on that case. 1 second. So here's the B24 case. So that was an arrest from August of last year. It looks like the same victim, right? Unless it's a different neighbor.
What is that? B24? What?
B24 19911.
An open case?
Yes.
Shouldn't there be a hold for the judge in that?
I think there should be a hold, Judge. And then I was going to check to see if that 23 case was also involving the neighbor. So you have anywhere else you can stay? Maybe house or at a different location? I think.
There's probable cause for violation of the injunction. I don't know if that amounts to stalking. I guess it's in violation of stalking, in violation of a court order.
Okay, so that 23 case, so he keeps on. 1 second. The 23 case was also a neighbor.
Is it the same neighbor, Barahona?
I don't think so. Here, I'll show you the 23 case. He went into PTI on it.
1 second. Looks like a different name. It's a different street.
Oh,
Is it the same neighbor in the name? No.
so the neighbor's initials in that case were L.A.
Neighbor. Stay away from Carlos Barahona, the alleged victim. No contact with him, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least, I guess, 15 feet away from the victim, his home and school and place of employment at all times. Don't go near him. If you violate that stay away order, again, you'll be locked up in jail until your trial. I can do house arrest at a different location. I'm not doing pretrial.
State's still requesting the hold.
There should be a hold for B24 19911. So what is it? A violation of an injunction, a first degree misdemeanor?
But it's a course of conduct because of the prior case.
What bond is the state seeking?
5,000. I mean, it looks like he's continuously harassing his neighbors.
Must be.
There's nothing indicating he's harassing anybody if he's taking a photograph. I think we have to be realistic on.
All right, I'll set his bond at $1,000.
He also takes care of his elderly blind mother.
I mean, look at his criminal history. It's
Anyway, you would give him any sort of program.
It's stalking, obscene phone calls, violating injunctions, aggravated assault. He's
So there is probable cause for the charge of the violation of the injunction. I set a bond of $1,000. Stay away from that stay away from the victim. He has the hold to see the judge on the other case. He doesn't qualify for pretrial. Does he qualify for pretrial? No, he does not qualify for pretrial. I cannot order him in. I don't believe TAP's going to take him. Did TAP take this charge? TAP, hello? Do you take this charge for violation of an injunction? This is Mr. Bikic.
it just state's not comfortable with TAP, given his history.
So it's a straight bond. Good luck to you, sir. If you can't post the bond, the lawyer can set it before the division judge for try and get you released. Richard Semino, page 10.
Bond it out.
Thank you. Javier Pavon.
Bond it out.
Thank you. Brent.
Present.
You were arrested for, what is that charge?
So he used the name of a deceased victim. He gave a dead person's name.
Fraudulent use of personal identification of the deceased victim, which is a first-degree felony and petty theft. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Looks like more like a false name after arrest.
Okay. I'm okay with that, Judge.
You are ordered to stay away from J.C. Penney at 7535 Southwest 88th Street in Miami, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that store. You must stay away from there. Count one. Well, pretrial. He has a bunch of.
Maybe TAP. He's listed as homeless.
All right. TAP alternate bond count one, false name after arrest is $500. Count two, petty theft is $150. You have to come to court for your arraignment. 1 second. It's going to be on April 7th at 9 a.m. Courtroom 2-1. Have a nice day. Next is Gabriel Ortega Espinosa, page 11.
President speaks English and Spanish.
Morning, sir. You were arrested for burglary of unoccupied conveyance. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There is probable cause for the charge. So I'm setting a bond. It's $2,500. You're out on felony bond. You will see your judge tomorrow. Have a good day. Next we have is Matthew Perez, page 11. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for possession of a controlled substance called methamphetamine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There is probable cause. I see he has like a warrant and open stuff.
He's a fugitive from Flagler County with a total bond of $60,000.
Is he out on felony bond?
Yes, he's also on felony.
Okay. So it should be a hold for what? It's an added charge though. This bond
No.
does at $1,500. Okay, have a nice day.
Is it a hold, Your Honor? This is not an added charge, it's a new case.
Oh, hold for F252098. You'll see your judge tomorrow. Next case is Joseph Maged.
He's on felony bond.
Hold for F24-17399. Good morning, Mr. Maged. You were arrested for aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Sir, can you afford to hire a private lawyer?
No, I cannot.
Sir, do you own your home? Do you own your home?
No,
Do you have any money in the bank that can be used to pay for a lawyer?
no, at the moment I'm indigent.
We'll appoint the public defender's office for you. So I guess he attacked a prior landlord. He stabbed the victim in his left eye. And I guess Mr. Maged is a previous tenant on the property. There's probable cause for the charge of aggravated battery. I'm setting the bond at $7,500. You have a hold to see your judge tomorrow for case F24-17399 and stay away from the alleged victim. His initials are PA. No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times. And stay away from 665 Northwest 62nd Street in Miami, Florida. All right, so you'll see your judge tomorrow. Good day, sir. Next is Kenneth Fox on page 12. Good morning, Mr. Fox. You were arrested for conspiracy for possession with intent to sell cocaine. Public defender's office will be appointed for you. Let me review.
No intent.
Was possession of cocaine?
I believe so.
Okay. You have a place to stay, sir, or no?
Ma'am, I do. Yes, ma'am, I do.
Tap that week drug counseling. He has an address. So I'll do tap alternate bond, $2,500, and you'll hopefully they'll get you out of jail later today, okay? John Boots, is he here? Corrections, Mr. Boots here today?
Coming up, Your Honor.
Two. Good morning, Mr. Boots.
My knee hurts for some reason.
Sir, you were arrested for criminal mischief over $1,000. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There is probable cause for the charge. You are ordered to stay away from the Medley River Yard at 10791 Northwest South River Drive in Miami, Florida. So you're not allowed to go to that location, sir. You must stay away from there. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so he has no priors. How long have you lived in Miami for?
How long have you lived here in Miami?
Miami, 3 months, I think.
Oh, where'd you live before that?
on the road.
Wait, you got it. There's a conviction from November from Indian River County.
I don't have a permanent address because I've been writing books and trying to save the world.
Okay, well, I'm gonna set a bond. It's $2,500 and hopefully you can rent something good. Have a nice day.
I'm
Judge, what
sorry.
was the bond amount?
$2,500 is probable cause for the charge. He threw a flower pot against the TV, causing the screen to shatter. And there was, it says $1,500 in damage. Next case we have is Jose Sabe, page 13. Is he here? He refused today. Okay, I'll reset it for the afternoon. Maybe I'll do an order to appear since it's DV. What about Andrew Bloodworth?
He refused, Your Honor.
I think now it's the third donor to set a bond.
The waive his presence.
Public Defender's Office waive his presence.
So Judge, according to the arrest form, it looks like Mr. Bloodworth told them that the alleged victim started the fight as the alleged victim punched him on the head. And then, of course, the alleged victim has.
I'll set his bond at $1,000. Appoint the Public Defender's Office waive presence $1,000 bond. Next is Dayron Stabel Verdesia.
NBC.
We can waive his presence.
Added changes.
Appoint the Public Defender's Office waive his presence with probable cause for grand theft. 25.
The amount.
800.
884.91.
884.
Middle of the page. You said what? NBC? I
Yes.
forgot what.
Yes.
Okay, then next case is Jasmine Garcia, page 15.
NBC. So, bond. I'm sorry, Your Honor, what was the bond for Mr. Stable versus?
$2,500.
Thank you.
Judge, we can waive Mr. Garcia's presence.
There's probable cause for the charge, $2,500 bond, appoint Public Defender's Office with presence.
Judge, would you consider a reduction? It's indicating the alleged victim started the initial incident.
$100 bond,
How much?
$1,500.
Thank you.
Then Devon Young, page 16.
NBC.
We can waive his presence.
There's probable cause. $1,500 bond. Appointing Public Defender's Office waiving presence. Davion Jones, page 16.
NBC.
Reset it for the afternoon. This is now the third day it's NBC, the third time it's NBC. They need to bring him in. Javon James on page 16.
NBC.
We can reset them. I don't see a petty theft with no priors.
Probable cause. There's probable cause. Reset it for the afternoon. That's it for that morning calendar. You want to start at 1:30 or 1:20? What makes you all happy?
1:30?
1:30? What'd you say? The clerk can be ready at 1:20. We have a very efficient clerks here today.
1:20 sounds great.
Great. We're going to start at 1:20. Thank you so much. See you all. Enjoy your lunch.
Okay, have a great afternoon.
Okay, for the record, Mr. Jonathan, no. Mm. Jackson Dallas. No objection to traveling for work. Case number 25 MM 40163280. Okay, recess again.
I mean, I did make the girl cry.
Mr. Savvy, thank you for your patience. We're going to bring your case up first. Just give everybody a few minutes to get their paperwork and people in order.
No problem at all, Judge.
Okay. Smith.
Smith.
All right. In the meantime, can I have the lawyers put their names on the record again?
Wendy Eugene on behalf of the state.
Leticia George on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender.
All right, and I'm appointing the public defender to our cases this afternoon. And let's just wait for our ducks to get in a row. Quack, quack. Should I look for him while you're doing that? Can I? At the bottom?
Yeah.
Look for Smith. Got it.
Okay.
He's in the.
Is that the one with the hammer? Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, we're already on the record. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Your lawyer is here virtually. You have a warrant, arrest warrant on 3 counts: aggravated fleeing and eluding and law enforcement, driving with a suspended license, habitual traffic offender, and leaving the scene of an accident with property damage. Your bonds are 10,000 for count 1, 1,000 for count 2, and 1,000 for count 3. And I don't see any release conditions other than that. And counsel, for the record, can you put your name on the record, please, Mr. Savvy?
Yes, Attorney Brian Savy on behalf of Deontaria Smith.
Okay, and anything else I could do for you, Mr. Savy?
No, Judge, I did want to note for the record that he's already, I believe, posted bond on the leaving the scene. For some reason, that was filed separately as a misdemeanor case, but it's out of the same episode, so to speak. So I actually already have the discovery in the case. I've already watched the video that outlines the allegations in today's case.
Okay.
So I just wanted the court to know that because I think he's already been charged with leaving the scene. That I think he has a bond amount on today.
Okay, all right, thank you. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, bye. Spanish. 6. Count the blessings, count.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Ricardo Morales, Spanish interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
All right, good morning. We have six Spanish cases. The first one is Julieth Rojas Diaz, MM 401630AO.
There's connection.
All right. Good morning, ma'am. You're here on a petty theft. Your bond is $1,000. No return to the Macy's at the Florida Mall. I've appointed the lawyer to your case. Good luck to you.
No, Your Honor.
Abraham Lopez CF 2753AO. Sir, you're here on 2 counts: aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and battery. There's probable cause in the affidavit. Thank you. You have an immigration hold as well. Your bonds in this case are 5,000 for count 1, 1,000 for count 2. No contact with the victim. No return to the scene. Separate residences. One-time return with law enforcement to retrieve your belongings. Good luck to you, sir.
Your Honor, can I request no weapons or firearms?
No weapons or firearms. Good luck to you, sir. Eric Rodriguez Martinez, 25 CF 16000. Sir, you're here on 2 counts by warrant. Your bonds are as follows: fleeing and eluding, 10,000, and failing to change registration address, $250. Good luck to you. Jesus Santiago Sereno, 25 CF 2766. Sir, you're here on 5 counts: burglary of a dwelling, petty theft, stalking, criminal mischief, and trespass. There's probable cause in your affidavit. Your bonds are as follows: count 1, burglary, $5,000. Count 2, petty theft, $500. Count 3, stalking, $5,000. Count 4, criminal mischief, $500. Count 5, trespass, $500. No contact with the victim, no return to the scene. Good luck to you, sir. Michael Solar Temendina, CF 2765AO.
Defendant does have an invoice.
Thank you. Can you hear? Can you hear through the headset?
Sí, ahora sí. Sí, ahora sí escucho.
Yes, yes, I can hear.
You're here on 2 counts, purchase of cannabis and possession of less than 20 grams of cannabis. There's probable cause in your affidavit. Your bonds are $2,500 for count 1, $500 for count 2. You have an immigration hold as well. I appointed the lawyer to help you. Good luck to you. Diego Tavares Flori. You have 5 cases. 25 CF 2700AO. Petty theft. The bond is $1,000. CF 2699AO. Petty theft. Bond is $1,000. CF 2698, petty theft. Bond is $1,000. CF 2693, petty theft. Bond is $1,000. CF 2689, petty theft. Bond is $1,000.
Your Honor? Oh, I apologize.
Each case, no contact with any victims and no return to any scenes. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. The defendant has cases pending in lower case numbers. We would like them all to be consolidated into the same division. Therefore, with regard to 25 CF 2699, currently in Division 22, and 25 CF 2700, currently in Division 17, state requests that both of those cases be transferred to Division 14.
Okay.
May I approach?
Thank you. Yeah. We're all going to 14. Yep. Wolf Flory, MM4. Oh, did he go away? Was that it for Spanish? Oh, okay. Mr. Flory, you're here on a battery charge. Your bond is $1,000. There's probable cause in the affidavit, no return to the scene, no contact with the victim. John Lewis. You're here on a battery charge. There's probable cause in the affidavit. Your bond is set at $500. No contact with the victim and no return to the Wawa.
Yes, ma'am.
Angel Insua. Open container. We have an offer for him?
He has,
Something
immigration
else?
hold. Immigration detainee.
All right. Mr. Insua, you have an immigration hold. You have a bond in your open container case, $250. Good luck to you. James Herring. Mr. Herring, you're here on a driving with a suspended license charge. Your bond is $500. You have an open DUI. Your bond's being revoked in that case. You're being held no bond in that case. Good luck to you. Roosevelt Hall. Mr. Hall, you have two cases and an open case. CF 2759, possession of amphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia, bonds $2,500 for count 1 and $1,000 for count 2. MM 407372, failure to appear, $1,000 bond on each count, count 1 and 2. You have an open case.
Your Honor, I
Yep.
believe that's the same.
Yeah, it is.
I would ask that you do.
All right, so then no other action. Good luck to you. Darius Harris. Mr. Harris, you have attempted burglary of a conveyance and resisting an officer without violence, and some open cases. So on your new case, it's by warrant. Your bonds are as follows: $2,500 for count 1, $1,000 for count 2. No contact, no return. You have open cases.
From
CF 68AO, revoke bond, hold no bond. CF 1834, revoke bond, hold no bond. MM 401161, revoke bond, hold no bond.
And Your Honor, on 2025 CF 6880, that was from January to date. No information has been filed January 2nd. So we'd ask that you take no action. In 2025 MM 40116180, that was back from February 15th. To date, no information has been filed, as well as 2025 CF 183480. That was also from the 15th, and no information has been filed.
Okay, thank you, denied. Oh, I missed a case? Which case did I miss? Hold on, let me go back. Another open case? This one? Oh, I flipped so much. Thought I flipped all the way. Oh, there's another one? Oh, look at that. 25 CF 2732, burglary of a conveyance and attempted burglary of a conveyance. It's probable cause in the affidavit. Bonds are $2,500 for count 1 and $1,000 for count 2.
No return, Your Honor?
No return.
That's his.
Christopher Paget. Mr. Paget, is this a 907 count 1? Or is it a PBL?
No, it's a 907.
907, okay. Count 1, sir, trafficking in 28 grams or more fentanyl, no bond. This is by warrant. Your hearing date will be announced in a minute, and then unlawful use of a two-way communication device, $15,000 bond. I've appointed the lawyer to help you, and the clerk will announce your hearing date.
The pretrial detention hearing date is March 11th
Mr. Nugent, petty theft arraignment, any offer?
No offer, Your Honor.
Oh. Right.
He hasn't been served yet? Still.
Mr. Nugent, I'm going to appoint the public defender to your case and set the case for trial.
Your Honor, I would ask that it be returned to the state to perfect service as he wasn't served.
Okay. All right, return to state for proper service. That's interesting. Okay, good luck to you. William Reynolds?
Refuse, Your Honor.
What does that mean?
That means that they charged you with petty theft, but they didn't serve you with the information charging you with the crime. And in order for the case to officially start, the state has to hand you the charge.
So when do they do that?
Well, they're not doing it right now, but it doesn't start until they hand it to you. William Reynolds?
Reynolds refused, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Set for pretrial conference?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Division 82?
That is going to be April 24th, 8:30 a.m., courtroom 4F as in Frank.
Dylan Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Possession of drug equipment?
Yes, Your Honor, and the offer is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs. He would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest. In exchange, we'd ask that you take no action on the out on bonds.
Okay. All right, Mr. Davis, your lawyer is telling me you want to enter a plea to this misdemeanor charge, possession of drug equipment in case number 25MM300066AE, and accept the sentence of an adjudication, 2 days jail, credit for the 2 days that you served, court cost $273, and I'm not going to take any action on your open cases. Is that what you want to do to resolve your case today?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Is this your signature here on this plea form?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Did you review the form and have a conversation with your lawyer about all the rights you're giving up today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, I find you understand the rights you're giving up today. In exchange for your plea, I'll accept your plea and impose the following sentence: adjudication, 2 days jail, credit for the 2 days you served, $273 in court costs, 1 year to pay, no action on your open cases. Good luck to you, sir. James Harris.
Ma'am.
Mr. Harris, you're here on a trespass. Bond is $500, probable cause.
And there's an offer, an offer of an adjudication of guilt, credit for the time he spent in jail, no return to 919 West Colonial Drive. He would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest.
All right, Mr. Harris, your lawyer is telling me you want to enter a plea, accept the state's offer, which is the sentence I'm going to impose. Formal conviction of an adjudication, 2 days jail, credit for the 2 days you served, and no return to 919 West Colonial Drive. Is this how you want to resolve your case today? Is this your signature here on this plea form that you signed? You reviewed this form with your lawyer, right? You had a full conversation with her and you understand all the rights you're giving up today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
I find you understand the rights you're giving up today. I'll accept your plea, impose the following sentence: adjudication, 2 days jail, credit for the 2 days you served, no return to 919 West Colonial Drive, $273 in court costs, 1 year to pay. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
James Hendricks.
Yes, Your Honor. Defense would just argue no PST on the affidavit. Based on my review, it's just a blanket statement. With no other facts, we would argue no probable cause to the actual battery.
Response?
Your Honor, state is going to argue that there is sufficient information there to find probable cause. Per the affidavit, the defendant admitted that he intentionally hit the victim, and it was against the victim's will.
All right, I think it's sufficient to find probable cause. Bond is $1,000, no contact with the victim. Good luck to you, sir. Paris Pachel. Sir, you're here on a petty theft. The bond is $1,000. There's probable cause in the affidavit. No return to the scene, which is the target. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Felipe Way. Mr. Way, you're here on a possession of drug paraphernalia. There's probable cause. Your bond is $500. Good luck to you.
Your Honor, the offer to resolve is an adjudication of guilt. Credit time served and court costs. He would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest.
All right, Mr. Way, you want to enter a plea, accept the sentence of an adjudication, 2 days jail, credit for the 2 days you served, court costs $273 and 1 year to pay?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a full conversation with your lawyer about all the rights you're giving up today?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anybody force you to do this?
Ma'am.
Do you have any questions for me, sir?
No, ma'am.
Oh, what a wonderful signature. Look at that. So work
Always,
of
it's
art.
a work of art.
Yeah, very good. Good job. Okay, I find you understand the rights you're giving up today. In exchange for your plea, I'll accept your plea and impose the following sentence: adjudication, 2 days jail, credit for the 2 days you served, $273 in court costs, and good luck to you, sir.
It's on the back.
Patrick Robleski.
Bonded, Your Honor.
Oh, I forgot to sign. Oh, I was so taken back by the art. Let me see if I can.
Every time he comes, he signs like that. We remember him based on his work of art.
Try to match it.
Oh.
Art, like, what is going on?
Partners in crime.
I think he's.
So Patrick, he bonded. Okay. Yeah. Patrick bonded. How did he bond? He bonded with conditions? He has release conditions?
I have no idea. Usually with the batteries, they come in and.
Yeah, the batteries.
No bond. I don't know.
Well, it's not domestic related.
I'm sorry?
It's not domestic related.
Right.
So,
But if there's,
Bond attached to it.
were there any, there's no release conditions? All right, that's interesting. Okay. I had release conditions, but I guess that's not gonna happen now. Chander Clark,
Yes.
you failed to appear for your misdemeanor case. Your bond is $500. Good luck to you.
Oh,
You
okay.
have a question?
May I ask a question, ma'am?
Mhm.
From
Let me see. I'll give it to you. You could take it with you. Give you the staple.
what attorney?
Jordine Alexis,
Bonded also, Your Honor.
Frederick Jones. All right, Mr. Jones, open container. You want to enter a plea?
Yes, Your Honor. It's an adjudication of guilt. 3 days in the Orange County Jail. He has credit for 2, I believe. And he would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest.
All right, Mr. Jones, you want to accept the sentence of an adjudication, 3 days jail, credit for 2, give up your right to a trial, call witnesses, make the state prove the case against you. You want to give up all these rights and all the appealable rights that go with the charge, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is this your signature?
Yes, Your Honor.
You had a full conversation with your lawyer about all these rights you're giving up today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I find you understand the rights you're giving up today in exchange for your plea. I'll accept your plea and impose the following sentence: adjudication, 3 days jail, credit for 2, $220 in court costs, and a year to pay. Good luck to you. Sophia Rodriguez, any comments on this one? No?
All the comments. Your Honor, she would like to fight this charge just based on the facts. And just with all candor to the court, I hate these loiterings for the purpose of engaging in sexual activity. All it states is that she's wearing a ripped dress, and that's enticing people to engage in sexual activity. We would argue no PC based on that. There's no additional facts as to actually meeting with cars, getting in cars.
State?
I don't know. It's weird.
Your Honor, it does not state that the defendant got into a car, but it was that she was hailing and waving at cars in an area that is known for this activity, which is South Orange Blossom Trail. As this is a probable cause hearing, Your Honor, I would say that there is sufficient evidence.
Okay. No PC, ROR. Thank you. Jason Bentz. Mr. Bentz, you're here on a failure to appear in your case, no motor vehicle registration. Your bond is $1,000. Good luck to you, sir.
Here you go.
Jessica McCarthy. Yes. Jason Maharis. You're not Jason Maharis?
Me either.
You have a booking number, Your Honor?
6302. Jason Maharis.
Posted bond.
He bonded. Chimenzi Alsiwe. Sir, you're here by warrant on a criminal mischief. Your bond is $1,000. Good luck to you.
You want a no return?
No return.
Thank you.
Samuel Ambergy.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ambergy, you're here on trafficking in methamphetamine. By warrant, your bond is $50,000. Good luck to you.
Amberly.
Corey Anderson. Mr. Anderson? You're here on a possession of controlled substance. There's probable cause, your bond is $2,500. You have an opened felony case, your bond is being revoked.
Oh, please, ma'am.
You're being held no bond on that open felony case. Good luck to you.
Your Honor?
Yes?
He doesn't need to be present. Because of the lower case number, state is asking that they be combined in the same division. So 25 CF 2750, Division 20, should be transferred to Division 11.
Okay, thank you.
May I approach?
Yep, yep.
There that they would have been able to say something to the judge,
Thank you.
They did not. No, they didn't.
Raymond Anthony.
Yes, ma'am.
You have three counts. Aggravated assault with a firearm, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, aggravated assault with a firearm. There's probable cause in your affidavit. Your bonds are set as follows: 10,000 for count 1, 5,000 for count 2, 5,000 for count 3. No contact with the victim, no return to the scene, no weapons, surrender any firearms within 72 hours. Good luck to you.
Just wanna make sure. You're good. That's it. 10%.
Nicole Berardi, you're hereby warned on 2 counts: obtaining food or lodging with intent to defraud, grand theft 3rd degree. The bonds are 2,500 for count 1, 1,000 for count 2. No return to any Lowe's hotel. Good luck to you. Jonathan Caballero,
Refuse, Your Honor.
Waive, Your Honor.
warrant, bond 1,500. Willie Collins. Mr. Collins, you're here on a possession of methamphetamine. It's by warrant. Your bond is $2,500. No drugs or alcohol.
That's it.
Good luck to you. Quentin Cunningham, is this a PBL?
It's a first degree, Your Honor, so it's 5D.
It's the 907?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, sir, you're here on a carjacking. There's no bond. You're entitled to a hearing. The hearing will be when the clerk announces it. It's by warrant. Good luck to you.
Okay, that pretrial detention hearing date is March 11th, 9 a.m., courtroom 7B, Division 18.
Ronald Delatour.
Behavior, Your Honor.
That's the date they're gonna give you bond, or they're gonna turn, I don't have it. You just said it. Pretrial detention date is what I wrote. Waive, Your Honor, sorry.
Okay, PC, bond 5,000. Behavior, you said?
Yes, Your Honor.
PC $5,000 bond and no return, no contact. Paul Dorn.
Yes, that's me.
Mr. Dorn, you're here on 3 counts: grand theft, motor vehicle, petty theft, and resisting without violence. There's probable cause. Your bonds are 5,000 for count 1, 1,000 for count 2, 1,000 for count 3. No return to the scene, no contact with the victim. Good luck to you. Xavier Esevariandino.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. You're here on a new case: attempted burglary and loitering by warrant. Your bonds are 2,500 in count 1, 500 in count 2. You have an open battery case. Your bonds,
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I can't see the open one. I was trying to check the dates just to make sure.
it's a battery, date of arrest December 18th, 2024 in Osceola.
Yes, ma'am. That's my grandma, but my grandma.
Your bond is being revoked in that case. You're being held no bond in that case. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
That's yours.
Colleen Falk. Ms. Falk, you're here on a possession of a controlled substance. There's probable cause. Your bond is $2,500. Good luck to you. Gerard Fluey. Good afternoon. You're here on a petty theft.
Yes, ma'am.
Your bond is $2,500. Don't go back to the Publix.
There you go.
Jerry Francois. You failed to appear on your felony case. You're being held no bond on all counts.
And I just asked we not be appointed. It looks like he already has RCC, Your Honor.
Okay, don't appoint the public defender. He already has regional conflict counsel. Good luck to you. Terrence Givens. Mr. Givens, you failed to appear for your case. You're being held no bond. Good luck to you. Corey Hardwick. Mr. Hardwick, you have a new case, driving with a suspended habitual offender suspended license. Your bond is $2,500. You have an open case in CF 369AO. Your bond is being revoked. You're being held no bond. Good luck to you. Paxton Hendricks.
And,
Mr. Hendricks, you're here on an aggravated battery, great bodily harm with a weapon.
and defense would just argue no probable cause. We would just argue that there's blanket statements, Your Honor. No facts in the affidavit.
Response?
Your Honor, again, state would argue that there is probable cause. It states that the defendant struck the victim, causing the bodily harm, and he was struck with a deadly weapon, which is listed as the hammer.
Yep. He
was hit in the head.
Probable cause exists for the charge. Bond is $10,000. No contact with the victim. No return to the scene. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Leonard Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you have a failure to redeliver hired vehicle. The bond is $2,500. There's probable cause in the affidavit. Good luck to you.
No, no, that's not how it works.
Mr. Chad Lennon. You're here on an aggravated assault with a firearm by warrant. Your bond is $10,000. No contact with the victim. No weapons. Surrender any firearms within 72 hours of release. No return to the scene. And no alcohol. Carlos Aguis.
Yes, ma'am.
Waive reading, Your Honor.
Okay. CF 2434 by warrant, bonds are $5,000 for count 1, $5,000 for count 2, no return, no contact. MM 401617AO, bond is $1,000, no contact, no return. Good luck to you. Uh-huh.
The defendant has a case pending in another division at lowercase numbers, so 25 CF 2434 in Division 12. We are requesting that be transferred to Division 22.
Okay, transfer to Division 22. I'll take the order. Thank you. Yashira Ortiz Hernandez. All right, you failed to appear on your felony case and you're being held no bond now. Good luck to you.
And Your Honor, I just ask that you not appoint us. He has his own attorney.
Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. You have your own attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Private?
Bradford Fisher, Umansky Law Firm.
Okay, Damon Sanchez, Bradford Fisher is his lawyer. You're here by warrant, fleeing and eluding. 2 counts, $10,000 per count. Good luck to you.
I gave you the wrong one. Wait, what's your first? I know. Yeah, that's the wrong one, sir. Sorry, I gave you the wrong affidavit. I don't have yours. And waive reading on the next, Your Honor.
Mark Sanchez?
Oh, sorry, that's the one I was looking for.
Okay, I can read this one?
Yeah, sure.
Mark Sanchez, petty theft, resisting a merchant, and it's by warrant. Your bonds are $2,500 for count 1 and $150 for count 2.
There you go.
No return.
This is your.
Yes, Your Honor, can I speak?
Sure.
It's gonna be used.
I have stage 4 throat cancer and being incarcerated. I'm missing my chemo and radiation therapy. I was wondering if I could be released on a ROR.
Denied.
But can we bring down my bond a little bit?
Denied.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Christian Solis?
Waive reading, Your Honor.
Okay, bond is 5,000 on each count. It's by warrant.
Okay, there's a bond here. I come on down here.
Yep, there you go.
Shanika Sherdal?
Yes, ma'am.
Aggravated battery with permanent disfigurement. Probable cause in the affidavit. Your bond is $8,000. No contact, no return. Good luck to you, ma'am. Mary Stokes?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Stokes, you're here because you failed to appear on your felony case. You're being held no bond now. Good luck to you. Alfonso Tanner?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Tanner, you're here on 4 counts. There's probable cause. Your bond is as follows. Grand theft, count 1, $2,500. Possession of a concealed weapon by a convicted felon, $5,000. Possession of cannabis greater than 20 grams with a weapon, $5,000. And possession of tetrahydrocannabinoids, $2,500. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no return to the scene, and surrender any firearms upon 72 hours from release. Good luck to you.
He's not here. Did you? She has a private attorney. What's his name?
Janelle Vente?
Yes, ma'am.
She has David.
Glicken?
I guess he was supposed to be here.
Is this a 907 or PBL?
907.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry.
Okay, you're here by warrant, 2 counts, conspiracy to commit armed robbery and drug trafficking. It's by warrant. Your count 1 is no bond with a hearing date, which the clerk will give you in a minute. Count 2 is a $50,000 bond. And the date is?
March 11th, 9 a.m., courtroom 7B, division 18.
Good luck to you. All right. Anything else?
Nothing from the state.
Okay, court's adjourned.
Go back on record.
You are here for an initial appearance after detention. The rules of criminal procedure require that you be brought before a judicial officer within 24 hours of your arrest. The purpose of the initial appearance is to have a judge list the charges against you, inform you of certain rights that you have, and to determine the conditions of your release. You should have already received a copy of these charges. The judge will review your paperwork to determine if there was probable cause to arrest you. If the judge finds probable cause, he or she will then determine if you qualify for bond and what the monetary and non-monetary conditions of your bond should be. If the judge does not have enough information to make a probable cause determination for your arrest, the state may be given additional time to amend the paperwork. You should also be aware of the following rights afforded to you by the Constitution. You are not required to say anything at this proceeding. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to communicate with counsel, family, or friends, and if necessary, you will be provided a reasonable means to do so. You have the right to counsel. If you have not already retained counsel and cannot afford counsel, the judge will appoint you a public defender. For the purposes of today's initial appearance proceedings, you may be able to briefly speak with a public defender regardless of whether the public defender is appointed for you. In order to have an attorney appointed by the court to represent you, you must be financially eligible, as determined by the court based on financial information you provide. Therefore, if you have not already done so, please complete, to the best of your knowledge, the financial affidavits provided by the correction officers. An application fee for the services of appointed counsel will be assessed. If you do not speak English or Spanish, please let a corrections officer know. When the judge is ready, she or he will begin calling your case by name. Please listen carefully for your name. When called, please approach the microphone as directed by the corrections officers. Thank you.
Usted se encuentra aquí para una audiencia o vista preliminar después de haber sido arrestado. Las leyes y estatutos criminales del estado de la Florida requieren que se celebre una vista preliminaria ante un oficial judicial dentro de un plazo de 24 horas después de su arresto. El propósito de esta vista preliminaria es para que el juez pronuncie los cargos contra usted, para que se le comunique a usted sus derechos procesales y para determinar las condiciones de su libertad o fianza. Ya usted debería haber recibido una copia de estas alegaciones o acusaciones por escrito. Ahora, el juez revisará la documentación en su caso para determinar si existe motivo fundado o causa probable para su arresto y detención. Si el juez determina que existe causa probable o motivo fundado, entonces decidirá si usted califica para que se le otorgue una fianza, tanto como cuáles serían las condiciones monetarias o no monetarias de dicha fianza. Si el juez no posee suficiente información para determinar si existe causa probable o motivo fundado para justificar el arresto, se le concederá a la Fiscalía tiempo adicional para modificar la documentación. También se les avisa que posee los siguientes derechos que se les otorgan por la Constitución. A usted no se le puede obligar a decir nada durante esta vista. Cualquier cosa que diga podrá ser utilizada en su contra como evidencia. Usted tiene el derecho de comunicarse con un abogado, pariente o amigo, y si es necesario, que se les proporcione los medios razonables y disponibles para hacerlo. Usted tiene el derecho a un abogado. Si todavía no ha encontrado o contratado un abogado y no tiene los recursos para hacerlos, entonces el juez le nombrará un defensor público. Para el propósito de la audiencia preliminaria de hoy, se le permitirá hablar brevemente con un abogado de la oficina del defensor público, aun cuando no se le haya nombrado para representarle en todo el caso. Para poder recibir la designación de un abogado, primero debe calificar económicamente según lo determine el juez. Esto será basado en la información financiera que usted proporciona aquí. Por lo tanto, si no lo ha hecho todavía, de la mejor manera posible, por favor, llene el formulario de insolvencia económica que se le ha proporcionado por el oficial de correcciones. Se le impondrá un recargo o costo por los servicios del defensor público. Si usted no habla inglés, por favor, hágale saber al oficial de correcciones. Cuando esté listo, el juez comenzará el proceso llamando a cada una persona y caso por su nombre. Por favor, esté pendiente para pasar adelante cuando escuche su nombre y cuando escuche su nombre, haga el favor de acercarse al micrófono, tal como le indique el oficial de correcciones. Muchas gracias por su atención.
I actually am talking to them.
We're set for IAs today. And let's see, Mr. Carmel? Okay. And who do you have?
I have Carlos Andres. The last name is Toro Ocho. For the record, it's 25 CT 923.
¿Quién es Toro? Carlos. Adelante. ¿Usted necesita traductor en español?
No, entiendo.
Okay. All right, so case number 25 CT 923, Mr. Carlos Toro Ochoa. Mr. Carmelin's here on your behalf. You were charged with operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. The court does find probable cause. Bond is set in the amount of $500. The only conditions of bond are the defendant's not to operate a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license.
Your Honor, may we make one additional request? His family is present. His brother asked if we could just get the sheriff to release his personal property to the family so the court knows there's an ICE hold on him. So they want to get the personal property so that it doesn't disappear.
I mean, that's, I guess, up to corrections rather than myself. If he has personal property that belongs to him that's being held at the jail, I'm supposed he'd have to give a written authorization to release it to somebody. But I don't know how that procedure goes with the jail. But that's part of corrections purview, but I don't have any objection to it.
Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you for taking me out of order.
Thanks, sir.
Next court date, March 13th, 8:30 a.m. courtroom 4B. If out on bond, March 21st, 8:30 a.m. courtroom 4E.
I waived arraignment. Waivers in there.
Oh, I didn't read that.
It's okay.
I just literally sent
It's Dorn, so I know it's going to go 15th pre-trial.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. And we'll go ahead and begin. We've got a good number of Spanish-speaking individuals. Mr. Toro Ochoa, you can have a seat, sir. Okay. I'll go ahead and get our interpreter on the record. 2 o'clock canceled. Our 2 o'clock canceled. It was not transported from DOC.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Laura Bretaña, certified Spanish interpreter, previously sworn.
Good afternoon. This is Judge Beamer. I'm handling initial appearances. Our defendants are joining us from the jail. We do have a good number of them that require a Spanish interpreter. If you can assist us with that.
Yes.
And the first case is 25 CF 625 Luis Colon Vasquez. Good afternoon, Mr. Colon Vasquez.
Buenas tardes, señor Colón Vázquez.
I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. You do qualify for their services.
Se designa a la oficina del abogado de oficio para que les represente. Usted cumple con los requisitos para que se le designen.
But you've been charged in count 1 with conspiracy to traffic fentanyl.
Se le acusa cargo número 1, conspiración para tráfico de fentanilo.
And in count 2, the unlawful use of a two-way communication device.
Cargo número 2, uso ilícito de un medio de comunicación de 2 vías.
The court finds probable cause for those charges as evidenced by the warrant for your arrest.
Determinamos que existen indicios de criminalidad para esta acusación según el documento acusatorio.
And on count 1 for conspiracy to traffic in fentanyl, sets bond in the amount of $50,000.
Cargo número 1, conspiración para traficar con fentanilo. La fianza es de $50,000.
On count 2, bond is set at $2,500.
Cargo número 2, la fianza es de $2,500.
With special conditions of no contact with any co-defendants.
Como condición especial se le prohíbe todo tipo de contacto con los coacusados.
Defendant must show that any funds purchased or used for bond are non-criminal origin.
El acusado debe demostrar que los fondos utilizados para pagar la fianza provienen de medios lícitos.
Defendant is not to possess any weapons, firearms, ammunition, or illegal narcotics.
Se le prohíbe la tenencia de todo tipo de armas, armas de fuego y sustancias reguladas.
Your Honor, I may ask Nicole Bees for the state. The state would also like to add the conditions of not going outside the Ninth Circuit, no travel outside the Ninth Circuit, and also to relinquish any passport he might have.
Su señoría, la fiscalía desea solicitar que se añada la condición de que se le prohíba salir del noveno circuito y que entregue su pasaporte si es que lo tiene.
Then I also include no travel outside Orange and Osceola counties and the defendant to surrender a passport if he has one.
Muy bien, así que entonces se le prohíbe salir de los condados de Orange y Osceola y si tiene usted pasaporte tendrá que entregarlo.
Your Honor,
Yes.
this Officer Hernandez, pre-trial release. Are you also adding the condition of no drugs?
Oh, I thought I said no
pregunto.
illegal narcotics.
Okay, thank you.
Y va a incluir la prohibición de consumo de sustancias reguladas. Sí, creo que le había prohibido la tenencia de sustancias reguladas, sí.
Your Honor, the video just went dead. Catalina Good, the video just went dead on our side. Could you give me a moment to pull it back up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Su señoría, por favor, permítame unos minutos ya que perdimos acceso al video.
Use of non-criminal funds required. Use of non-criminal funds required.
Your Honor, we can't see you, but we can hear you if you would like to continue.
Okay.
Su señoría, no le podemos ver, pero le podemos escuchar si desea proceder.
And when is his next court date? Next court date's on demand.
La fecha de la próxima audiencia se anunciará por señalamiento judicial.
Thanks, sir. You can have a seat.
Gracias, señor. Puede tomar asiento.
Next, I have 24 CT 1055 Ignacio de Jesus. Good afternoon, sir. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you.
Buenas tardes, señor. Designo al abogado de oficio para que les represente.
But you were arrested on a bench warrant for a failure to appear on April 24th of 2024.
Usted fue puesto bajo arresto por falta de comparecencia a una audiencia el 24 de abril del 2024. Se emitió una orden de arresto.
Judge John Savage set bond at $2,000.
La jueza Yanchevich fijó fianza en la cantidad de $2,000
And it will remain at $2,000.
y la fianza se ratifica en los $2,000.
Next court date, March 13th, 8:30 a.m. courtroom 4B. If out on bond, April 11th, 8:30 a.m. courtroom 4B.
La fecha de la próxima audiencia será el 13 de marzo a las 8:30 de la mañana en la sala 4B. Si se encuentra en libertad, será el 11 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana en la sala 4B.
Thanks, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Next, I have 25 CT 924 Leonel Garcia Garcia. Good afternoon, sir.
Buenas tardes, señor.
We have no application for the public defender on file for you.
Señor, no tenemos una solicitud del abogado de oficio en su expediente.
Do you wish to seek the public defender to represent you?
¿Usted desea solicitar al abogado de oficio para que le represente?
Bien, contéstalo.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. I will provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you.
Muy bien, se designa al abogado de oficio de manera provisional.
You will have to fill out an application for their office, though.
Va a tener que llenar la solicitud.
But you were charged with operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license.
Se le acusa de conducir un vehículo de motor sin licencia válida.
Probable cause exists for that charge.
Existen indicios de criminalidad para la acusación.
Bond is set in the amount of $500
La fianza es de $500.
with special conditions that you're not to operate a vehicle without a valid driver's license.
Como condición especial se le prohíbe conducir un vehículo de motor sin una licencia válida.
Next court date, March 13th, 8:30 a.m. courtroom 4B. If out on bond, April 11th, 8:30 a.m. courtroom 4B.
La fecha de la próxima audiencia será el 13 de marzo a las 8:30 de la mañana en la sala 4B. Si se encuentra en libertad, será el 11 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana en la sala 4B.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Next, I have 25 CF 670, Luis Hernandez Fuentes. Good afternoon, sir.
Buenas tardes, señor.
The public defender is going to be appointed to represent you. You do qualify for their services.
Se designa el abogado de oficio para que les represente. Usted cumple con los requisitos.
At this time, the defense would be requesting a waiver of the reading of the charges.
Su señoría, la defensa renuncia a la lectura de la acusación.
I will waive the reading of the charges. Is this a
Se
reset?
renuncia a la lectura de la acusación.
Yes, Your Honor, this is a reset.
Este caso se había aplazado anteriormente, sí, su señoría.
Yes.
This was reset yesterday because the charging affidavit on the arrest report indicated that it was a lewd and lascivious battery with a previous conviction. That was incorrect. I have the arrest affidavit is the same, however, the charge has changed. And I understand they waive reading. You don't mind if I?
You may.
Su señoría, este caso se aplazó porque originalmente en el documento acusatorio se le acusaba a él de agresión física deshonesta. Esto es incorrecto. Esto es incorrecto. El documento acusatorio permanece siendo el mismo, pero la acusación ha cambiado. Como se renunció a la lectura de la acusación, le solicito que me permita abordar con el documento acusatorio.
I'm sorry, counsel. What was that?
Sorry, Your Honor, I was trying to stop the charges from being,
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
Well, the amended charging affidavit identifies a different crime than the original one. I do find there is probable cause for the charge. Is the state seeking pretrial detention?
No, Your Honor, but we would like to be heard in terms of conditions.
Okay.
El documento acusatorio enmendado, en este se le acusa a él de una acusación diferente, un delito diferente. Determino que existen indicios de criminalidad. Le pregunto a la fiscalía si va a solicitar prisión preventiva. No, su señoría, pero queremos solicitar unas condiciones particulares.
Having found probable cause, the court sets bond in the amount of $75,000. The state has to be heard on conditions of bond.
Se determina que existen indicios de criminalidad, se fija la fianza en la cantidad de $75,000 y la fiscalía ha solicitado expresarse en cuanto a las condiciones de la fianza.
They would ask there be no contact with the victim.
Se solicita que se le prohíba todo tipo de contacto con la presunta víctima.
That there be no return to the scene of the offense.
Se le prohíbe regresar a la escena del ilícito.
No contact with any of the witnesses involved in the case, including the victim's father.
Se le prohíbe todo tipo de contacto con los testigos involucrados en el caso, lo que incluye el padre de la víctima.
No contact with any minors.
Se le prohíbe que se le prohíba todo tipo de contacto con menores.
That he not leave Orange or Osceola County.
Que se le prohíba salir del condado de Orange y Osceola.
that he surrender any passport that he has,
que si tiene pasaporte lo entregue,
no drugs or alcohol,
que se le prohíba la tenencia y consumo de drogas y alcohol,
no weapons or firearms,
que se le prohíba la tenencia de todo tipo de armas y armas de fuego,
any other condition the court deems appropriate.
y cualquier otra condición que este juzgado considere adecuada.
The court will impose the conditions requested by the state.
Se imponen las condiciones que han sido solicitadas por la Fiscalía.
And when's his next court date? Next court date is on demand.
La fecha de la próxima audiencia será por señalamiento judicial.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
Gracias, señor. Puede tomar asiento.
Next is 25 CF 622. Nisha Morales Rodriguez. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you.
Buenas tardes, señora. Designo al abogado de oficio para que la represente.
But you've been charged with conspiracy to traffic in fentanyl
Se le acusa de conspiración para traficar en fentanilo
and the unlawful use of a two-way communication device.
y el uso ilícito de un medio de comunicación de dos vías.
Probable cause for those charges exists as evidenced by the warrant issued for your arrest.
Determinó que existen indicios de criminalidad según el documento acusatorio.
And
Oh my God, there's like a flea on me. Yeah. That takes a lot of walking outside. Oh my goodness. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to Felony First Appearance Hearings. I am Judge Wendy K. I will be presiding today. The video for first appearance hearings has been played to all defendants. I need everybody to please stand up, raise your right hand, be sworn in by our clerk.
Buenos días a todos. Bienvenidos a la sala para primeras comparecencias en relación a fianzas en casos de delito mayor. Soy la jueza Mindy Glazer. Por favor, pónganse de pie para prestar juramento y levanten la mano derecha.
All right.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do.
Juran o afirman que dirán la verdad, toda la verdad y solamente la verdad. Si es así, contesten que sí.
Please be seated.
Gracias. Tomen asiento, por favor.
Raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Do you swear that you will well and faithfully interpret from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, the questions asked and the answers given to the best of your ability, and that you have such ability? Say I do.
I do.
And your name for the record, please.
Arturo Suárez Silverio.
Thank you. Good afternoon. If there is anybody here for a case on Zoom, please type the defendant's name in the chat room so that we know you are here.
Si hay alguien que se encuentra aquí en relación a algún caso, por favor, coloquen el nombre en el chat de la aplicación Zoom para que nosotros nos enteremos de que ustedes están aquí.
All right, let's get started. Can the attorneys announce their name for the record, please state?
Nessa F on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Corey, I can't hear you. I promoted TGK. Oh, there you go. It should work. It says the accepted promotion.
Rebecca Corey, Assistant Public Defender. Good afternoon.
I'm calling a case at a turn on page 15, Savion Jones.
Be on Zoom. Judge, if you make me a co-host, I can assist.
Thank you. I already did promote him, but I appreciate it. I will make you a co-host. Hi, Mr. Jones. Good afternoon, sir. So you were arrested for a case from January 28th that charges burglary to an occupied dwelling while wearing a mask and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon while wearing a mask. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Mr. Jones, please do not make any statements or comments while in court today regarding the facts of your case.
Got the echo. So you want to say it again because everything we heard was in an echo.
Mr. Jones, please do not make any statements or comments with regard to the facts of your case while we're here in court today.
And sir, I'd like to bring a stay-away order from the alleged victims, Gilberland Gonzalez Sosa and Lazara Dominguez. No contact with the alleged victims either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And no contact with the victims through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from their home, school, and place of employment at all times, and stay away from the victims' residence at 190 Fisherman Street in Opelika, Florida. Do you understand the stay-away order, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And then, so one, I think state, what'd you want the court? We found probable cause yesterday, I think, for an armed burglary. Armed occupied burglary, and count 2 was aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
State filed a motion for pretrial detention. And it would be as to count number 1.
As to count 1, there's probable cause for armed burglary with an assault or battery, and that's no bond. So you're gonna have to go, I'm gonna grant the state's motion for pretrial detention. I'm going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing pursuant to Florida statute 907.041.
Judge, we're on Savion Jones.
Right, he's charged with an F1 burglary.
But is this James, Javon James, or Savion Jones?
Oh, where's Savion Jones? This is Javon James. Where's Savion Jones? I thought he was just there.
Judge, this is Javon James now.
Where'd Savion Jones go?
He walked out the room.
We didn't like what we said, that's why. Okay. Anyways, no bond, count 1, count 2 is what, 70, Count two is $5,000. Okay. Now we have here Mr. Javon James. Good afternoon, Mr. James. You were arrested.
How
Battery.
you doing, ma'am?
Another detainee. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Corrections, he's only in custody on a
On
misdemeanor.
a misdemeanor petty theft, it has a bond of $250.
Sir, do you have an address or no?
No, ma'am, I don't have an address, ma'am.
Sorry.
He's got priors out of county. There was a prison sentence 366 in Palm Beach County. He was released in 2030. I'm okay with your honor setting maybe a $1,500 bond.
I'll set $1,000 bond. Don't fight at the jail. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Next, we have Claudette Cheryl, her private attorney. Is that your case?
Hey, Jeff.
I don't know who's here for that one.
Cheryl Owens. Oh, that's the same one. It's Cheryl Claudette.
I'm sorry,
Owens.
Cheryl Claudette Owens. Page
Rod
two.
Marlene on her behalf, Judge.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Judge.
So it's just present.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You were arrested for one count of robbery by sudden snatching. Your attorney is present. So Mr. Vereen is here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge.
So I guess the victim is a sibling. Is that what it is?
That's correct. Alleged victim, Judge. This is a brother. This is a situation where my client is the caretaker of a mother who's 85 years old. She resides with the mother at the mother's address. The brother, who is also residing there, unemployed, has children that he's not taking care of. There was allegations that the brother was stealing money. She contacted law enforcement. The brother accosted her with a cellular phone, putting the cellular phone into her face, violating her personal space. Allegedly, she snatched the phone out of his hand. When the police arrived about 5 minutes later, she gave the phone back to the police, but the brother made allegations that it was strong arm robbery, if you will. So the police ended up charging her with robbery by sudden snatching. She would like to return to the house. I would ask that she be released from pretrial services. She is a substitute teacher in Broward County.
There's no issue with pretrial. The issue is the stay order if he lives there as well. Also, video, can we get the split screen, please?
Split screen. Call video for the split screen, please. Louis, we need the split screen, please. Is she charged with robbery by sudden snatching? That's the charge.
That's the charge. It was a cell.
Oh, what happened? So they both live in the home?
They both live in the home, but she's the primary caretaker for the mother.
So I don't want to do a stay away order.
Which it just seems like it could be potentially be there's probable cause. It's potentially a volatile situation if she goes back to the house. And I think Your Honor needs to do the stay away order per statute.
What's the statute that says I have to do it for sudden snatch?
If it's for domestic violence, it's not so much the sudden snatch, it's the fact that it's domestic.
It's under domestic, but it's not a domestic violence situation. It could be no harmful contact, Judge.
All right.
Judge, and that's overstates objection without the victim being present.
She takes care of her mother.
She's a primary caretaker at that residence.
The problem is if she goes back there, what's gonna go on there with him? You know what I mean? There'll be
Well,
more fighting.
my understanding was this is Mr. Martin. He's the boyfriend of Ms. Owens. My understanding is that they're going to be moving to have him evicted, but at this point, no proceedings have been filed. But that is the mother's residence. She's a primary caretaker at that residence. And
Okay.
he's not taking care of her, so she's.
Ma'am, I'm gonna answer, I guess, a modified stay away order from.
If you want to give me a few minutes, I can look for the specific statute, but I think that the court, in a DV situation, Your Honor, does have to issue a stay away order.
Been no harm, no harmful context there.
Well, he's supposed to be here for that. That's one.
And it sounds like they're not getting along well, and he probably doesn't want her back home.
Well, it's not his house to make that decision, Judge.
I'm okay. It's not, there's no physical violence.
No, it's not.
I'm gonna enter a modified stay away order from your brother whose initials are AO, no violent contact with, no, you're not allowed to have any violent contact with your brother. And if you do, you can get rearrested. You'll be locked up in jail until your trial. Do you understand? The stay away, the modified stay away order?
You understand? Oh, I thought you said okay. Pardon? Do you understand the stay away? No, can she repeat it? Judge, she's not sure if you could just repeat it. She wants to be
I
clear.
said, I'm gonna allow you to have contact with your brother so that you can go home. You're not allowed to have any threatening or violent contact with him. So if he's doing something to annoy you, you can't do anything like snatch his phone or do anything else. Because if you do, when you get rearrested, you will be locked up in jail until your trial. So if you feel your brother's being inappropriate in the home, you may need to remove your mother from that home and with yourself. But right now, you can't do anything violent towards him. I could order you to move out of the home. I'm giving you a chance since your lawyer advises you take care of your elderly mother.
Yeah, I understand. My mom's home.
Sir? Who owns the home? The mom?
Yeah, it's my mom's home and I'm her legal guardian.
Up talking, please.
Okay, you can file an eviction action then, but your lawyer can advise you. Pretrial services, alternate bond, $2,500. Actually, I'll make it pretrial alternate, $1,500. You got the phone back. She has no priors, right? Let me see.
How did I know?
No, pretrial from years ago. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
So the modification is overstates objection.
Sir, you want to wait a minute?
What was the alternate, Judge? I'm sorry.
100. Is this another one? What's this one? Correction, did you want me to call Roxana Lopez Cruz out of turn or no?
Please.
Yeah, the ones I said.
Lopez Cruz, Lopez Cruz.
Okay. Oh, it's like a morning calendar.
Women have 4 bench warrants. She'll be going to jail remand after this.
Are you arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia? I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Ms.
What?
Corey, you want to waive the issue?
Why'd you miss court on all those bench warrants?
I moved to New York, so I've been living in New York for 20 years now, and I just moved back recently.
When did you come back?
I came back last year.
When last year?
January 2024.
Oh, okay. And you didn't think between January 2024 and now you should try and get those set aside?
The thing is that I did try to do it before because I cleaned I have a good license right now. So I figured I took the classes and I did all that and it would clear.
Judge, no, if you have a good license, sometimes when you present a good license, they'll take that into account. All right, pretrial services, alternate bond. You want to waive the issue?
Yes, Judge, we'll waive the issue.
$1,000, count 1, 500, count 2. Good luck to you, ma'am. Corrections, I have some private lawyers on Zoom. Can I call the case for Miguel Reyes? Is he here? The private attorney, Mr. Lurvy.
David Miguel Reyes,
Sorry, David Miguel Reyes, yes.
coming up, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reyes. You were arrested for carrying a concealed firearm and possession of cannabis. Your attorney is here. Good afternoon, Mr. Lurvy. So do you want to announce your name for the records, the council?
Daniel Lurvy on behalf of Mr. Reyes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Any argument regarding probable cause?
Judge, I think if the court looks at the affidavit, you're going to see a lot of Fourth Amendment issues. He was a passenger in the vehicle, and it appears that they detained him and the driver and any other passengers for a period of time for the K-9 officers to arrive. I don't see anything regarding consent. They talk about stopping the vehicle because it had tints. They don't say that the tints were illegal. I'm not certain that my client would have the standing, quite frankly, to contest the stop, but I just wanted to point that out to Your Honor, and I would just request a finding of no probable cause.
There's probable cause. I don't see any criminal history. He's from Davenport, Florida. He can't carry concealed because of his age.
Correct.
Okay, 1 second. Inside of a backpack.
Just you can't drive on Brickell in a Rolls Royce anymore. It wasn't his, by the way. For purposes of bond, the Rolls Royce was not his. Let's be clear on that.
So there was a firearm with 16 rounds in it. Okay. There was an odor of marijuana in the car, and he admitted there wasn't marijuana inside. All right, so what do you want me to do? What bond do you want?
1,500, count one, $1, count two.
That's fair. Thank you.
Okay. You don't want an ROR count too?
I do. That's what I had requested before. He lives in Orlando, Judge, and I've been on the phone with his mother constantly and friends of his. He has no priors. He's certainly not going to not appear on something like this.
Right, the marijuana was the reason for the search. I say I was requesting the $1.
There's probable cause for possession of cannabis. All right, count one, possession, carrying a concealed firearm. That'll be $1,500 bond. Count two, possession of cannabis, ROR. Thank you. Have a good lawyer. Listen to what he tells you. Have a nice day, Mr. Lurvy.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Reyes, you'll be out later tonight, okay? Thank you, Judge, very much. Thank you, State. Have a good day. Thanks for all your hard work, everybody.
Thank you. Next, I'm calling Helio Gonzalez or Leo Gonzalez on page 11.
He's on felony bond.
Okay. Hold for F252611. Actually, I'm not sure if there should be a hold. I don't think there should be. This case should predates the open case. His attorney is here. Can we promote him? Yes.
Yes, there's also an ASA present.
Oh, okay. Hey, you want to do the promotion?
Judge, you read my mind.
Good morning, Your Honor. Suzanne Von Paulus on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, we are not, the defendant should not be held. This predates, I believe, the other A form. We would ask that the same bonds be set on the new case that were previously set on the old case. We stipulate the nebia requirement has been satisfied, and we would ask that the defendant be allowed to be bond out.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Do you speak English? Sir, you were arrested for a case from January 8th of 2024. The charge is grand theft, a second-degree felony, diversion of insurance funds, uttering a forged instrument, and organized fraud for over $50,000. So your attorney is here, Mr. Hassan is here, and the state. So state, there corrections, no hold on F252611.
Yes, Your Honor.
And there's no nebia requirement either. So anything you want to say, Mr. Hassan?
Judge, we're in agreement. We've been in conversation with Ms. Von Paulus this morning, Judge. So we're in agreement as to the bonds being set in the same fashion as the F-25-2611 case, Judge.
I'm not sure what bond it was, but he's got a lot of insurance premiums, it looks like.
Judge, if I may, and Ms. Von Paulus can correct me if I'm wrong, Judge, but on the first degree charges, it's $15,000 each. And on the F2 and the F3, that's gonna be a $2,500 bond, if my recollection is correct.
Is that what you want, grand theft? Shouldn't it be a first degree grand theft?
Yes, Your Honor, it should be 15 on the F1s. On the F2, I thought the standard bond was 7,500, and on the F3, 5,000.
All right, so count one, grand theft, so you're agreeing to 15,000, count one, 15,000, count two, 2,500, count three, and what do you want, 2,500, count four? I don't know what you have, but isn't it better he pays his restitution than enriching a bondsman? No, nothing against the bondsman.
No, I agree, Your Honor. It's just that this defendant has stolen in his combined cases over $1 million, and so I don't know if restitution is actually be on the table when we resolve this case, but we'll see.
If not, there is prison time. Okay,
Right.
what bond does the state want then?
I'm satisfied with the ones the court just articulated.
Okay, count one for grand theft, it's a $15,000 bond. Count two, diversion of insurance funds is $15,000 bond. Count three, uttering a forged instrument, $2,500. And count four, organized fraud will be $2,500. There's no nebia, so you can post your bond. It's $35,000. You have a good attorney. Listen to what Mr. Hassan tells you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Paulus.
Thank you, sir.
Next. I have corrections out of turn. And I can call the other part, the other stuff after. Corrections, you want me to call up?
Candy
Rodriguez?
She has a misdemeanor disorderly conduct and establishment. She's going to jail arraignment after this.
Thank you. Can you believe we're starting before them? They're starting at 2:10.
They had a long morning.
Probably with spring break, lots of misdemeanor arrests.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Rodriguez. You were arrested for written threats to kill or do bodily injury. This is from July 28th of 2024. It looks like the victim is her sister. So
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you. He says, you're gonna have to kill me because I'm gonna kill you if you do not kill me. Okay, Miss Corey is, what do you want me to do? It's old, so you want me to just read the stay away order, I guess, set a bond?
They don't have together, a stay away order is fine.
Okay, ma'am, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, your sister, whose initials are MR. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, school, and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order?
Yes, Your Honor.
Stay okay with the $2,500 bond? It is from last year.
Yes.
All right, $2,500 bond. Have a nice day. Next is Apollo Pruitt, page 6.
The bench warrant for DWS.
Thank you.
I know he's got the bench warrant. I don't know how your arm feels out of program.
You're okay with the program?
Up to you, Judge.
Okay.
You put Mr. Pruitt, right?
Yes. Let's
Mr.
bring-
Pruitt is present?
Yes,
Hello,
how you
sir.
doing?
Good afternoon, Mr. Pruitt. You were arrested for possession of a controlled substance called MDMA and possession of cannabis. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charges. Listen, you got an open bench warrant. You don't go to court. I'll give you a break. I'll give you a pretrial here. Make sure you keep all future court dates for felony court and misdemeanor court or traffic court. Count one, possession of a controlled substance is $2,500. Count two, possession of cannabis, ROR. Have a nice day. Next is Marvin. Is she Garcia? Or is it Marvin Garcia? I don't know.
Two, bench warrants, Your Honor.
Marvin Garcia. Two bench warrants.
Requesting a bond. He may need an interpreter. I know the interpreter's there. I see you.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Present.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for strong arm robbery and contributing to the delinquency of a minor.
Caballero, se le arrestó por robo con fuerza y por contribuir a la delincuencia de alguien menor de edad.
So this is a case from February 27th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Este caso se remonta al 27 de febrero. Le nombro a los abogados de la Defensoría Pública para que lo representen.
So he's a friend of the child's family. Okay.
Dice que él es una amistad de los padres de la niña o el niño.
You are ordered to stay away from the victim whose initials are LE.
Se ordena que se mantenga alejado de la presunta víctima cuyas iniciales son LE.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con la presunta víctima directa o indirectamente en persona, por escrito, por teléfono, por terceros.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school, and any place of employment at all times.
En todo momento se tiene que mantener por lo menos a 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, de su casa, su hogar o su escuela.
There is probable cause for the charges. I'll set his bond.
Mr. Garcia indicates that's his daughter. Would Your Honor consider supervised visit?
Suficientes indicios sustentan el arresto. El señor García indica que la presunta víctima es la hija de él. Su señoría modificaría la orden de alejamiento.
Es la hermana de ella, son mis hijas.
Her sisters, those are my daughters.
Ella es la hermana más grande,
right,
y las tres pequeñas son mis hijas.
She is the eldest sister, and the three little ones, those are my daughters.
You can't go to the house to see your daughters. You're going to have to make arrangements to go somewhere else to see them if the victim's in the home.
No puede ir a su casa, o sea, puede ir a su casa si no está su hija. No puede ir a su casa, perdón, no puede ir a su casa a ver a sus hijas. Tiene que hacer un arreglo para ver a sus hijas si la víctima está en la casa.
All right, so $4,000 bond, count one, 1,000 count two. Have a nice day.
$4,000 de fianza por el primer cargo. El segundo cargo, su fianza son $1,000. Tenga buen día.
Next case is Eric Cordero, page 7.
He's on probation on 2 cases.
Hold for F24 5310, F24 12999. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for, where is this paperwork? Oh, here it's in front of me. You were arrested for possession of a counterfeit vehicle identification or decal. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So unfortunately, you're on probation. There's a hold for you to see your judge tomorrow. He has a motorcycle with the VIN plate scratched off. There's probable cause, so I'll set a bond. $1,500. You'll see your judge tomorrow. Have a nice day.
Can I have a moment to check the probation, please?
Yes, ma'am. Says till 2026.
There was a modification. I could look it up too.
Hello. So what do you say, Miss Corey?
It looks like there's no future report date. In the one case I looked at, my guess is he did time. I think we're gonna, oh, actually, let me see the district.
Ashley, can you tell?
He, on October the 18th, on these two cases, I see that, it was a omit, modify, 14 months, reporting probation, special condition, 75 days in jail, probation to terminate upon completion of the jail sentence.
All right, so this has to be fixed. So it looks like those 75 days are up, so there's no hold. Correct. No hold. Probation is closed.
No hold on both cases, Your Honor?
Both cases, no hold.
Right, I have not verified, but if,
the clerk could fix.
okay. Miss Corey, sure.
The clerk has to fix this so it shows the probation's terminated. All right, well, I guess I'll give them pretrial services. Alternate bond, well, I'll make it, I'll leave it $1,500. Have a nice day, sir.
Thank you.
David Thomas, page 7. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for fleeing and eluding a police officer. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
There's no criminal history that I'm aware of. I see he's got a New York driver's license. I don't know how long he's been in South Florida requesting a bond.
So he fled and then crashed his car. There's probable cause for the charge. It's fleeing and eluding at a high rate of speed, which is a third-degree felony. I'll leave the bond set here at $2,500. Have a good day, sir. Next case is Joaquin Lacius. Page 8.
Yeah.
Probably recorded like that.
Night Club. Michael Washington. Thank you, man.
This is Mr. Joaquin Lacius, sir. Good afternoon. You were arrested for petty theft, 2 or more convictions, resisting an officer without violence. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So, sir, you are ordered to stay away from a CVS pharmacy store at 15395 Northwest 82nd Avenue in Miami, Florida. You are not allowed to go to that store. You must stay away from there, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me just take a look for probable cause. So he stole some shampoo, $20 and
States a few judges that he's got an open misdemeanor and there's an open felony case in Broward County as well. The felony case in Broward is for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
I'm setting a bond.
Would you be able to do any lower bond for me? Can afford maybe a total of 2,000, but that's also with his other case too.
Yeah, sure. I'll set his bond at $500. Have a nice day. Stay out of that CVS. So count 1 is 500 and count 500. Count 2 resisting without is $500. Okay.
500 each, Your Honor?
Yes. It was this morning. Oh, the future cigarette. I'll say, yeah.
They asked me to see if I can get a copy of a Schedule 8, so I won't be able to get that because he waived. A Schedule 8 form? Yes. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Novel Alvarez Reyes, page 9. Good afternoon, sir. Do you speak English?
Buenas tardes, ¿habla inglés?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Sir, you were arrested for 2 cases, grand theft of a vehicle from October 10th of 2024, and then a case from yesterday, fleeing and eluding a police officer. So I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Corrections, he's a fugitive.
Yes, a fugitive from Lee County, no bond.
So I guess he was on a motorcycle. So there's probable cause for fleeing and eluding a police officer. That bond is $2,500. Then you have the other case, grand theft of the vehicle. There's probable cause for that charge as well, $2,500 for the grand theft. Have a nice day, sir. Next is Roberto Nodal, page 10.
It should just be possession of cocaine.
Possession, it should be possession of cocaine. Do you have Mr. Roberto Nodal?
He also came in on a bench warrant DWS.
Present speaks English.
Afternoon, sir. You were arrested for possession of, it should be possession of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Maybe a program.
What?
Maybe, I know he came in on the bench warrant, but maybe a program. He doesn't have much else going on.
Yeah, please.
I don't know what's gonna happen with the bench warrant, $10,000. Pretrial alternate bond, $2,500. Have a nice day. Next, we had Carlos Medina Couche.
Has 2 ACs, no bond.
And I'm gonna need to call the detective on this case, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, good afternoon. Do you speak English?
Spanish, please.
You were arrested for human trafficking,
Usted, caballero, fue arrestado por tráfico de personas.
also deriving support from the proceeds of prostitution,
Y también por devengar apoyo económico de prostitución,
unlawful use of a communications device,
por utilización ilegal de un dispositivo de comunicación
aiding and abetting prostitution,
y por ayudar y contribuir a la prostitución
and directing another to a place of prostitution.
y por dirigir a otra persona a un lugar donde había prostitución.
You're also out on, you have 2 open arrest warrants, so there's a hold for you to see your division judge tomorrow for your 2 open cases.
Usted también tiene 2 casos pendientes y 2 órdenes de búsqueda y captura en relación a ellos. Usted tiene cita con el juez de su división mañana.
And I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Le nombro a los abogados de la Defensoría Pública para que lo representen.
State, let me hear from you.
Sure. So if Your Honor looks at count number 1, it's charged as a first-degree felony because the victim qualifies as an unauthorized alien.
Dígame, fiscal. Sí, señoría, si usted se fija en el primer cargo, esto se caracteriza como un delito mayor de primer grado porque la víctima está identificada como una persona que está aquí legalmente.
So upon my review of the A form, I'm not sure it specifically states that.
Pero al revisar el formulario de arresto, no observo que específicamente indica eso.
So I do have a detective present to testify.
Entonces tengo presente a un detective, una detective que está dispuesto a testificar.
Thank you. Detective,
It's Avasilis.
Pardon me?
It's not Detective Mayer. It's the detective on the codependence case. Her name is Detective Avasilis. You know, on the phone, Judge. I have her on speaker.
Oh, detective, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Yes, I do.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Detective, levante su mano derecha para prestar juramento. ¿Jura que va a decir la verdad? Lo juro. Gracias.
Thank you. Please tell me your name and what police department you work for.
Dígame, por favor, su nombre y para qué departamento de policía usted trabaja.
Detective Avicillas with the Miami Beach Police Department.
Detective Avecillas con el departamento de policía de Miami Beach.
How do you spell your name? A-V
¿Cómo
what?
deletrea su nombre?
Avecillas.
Thank you.
Avecillas.
Go ahead, state.
Okay, so,
Adelante, fiscal.
so Detective, what information do you have about the victim's immigration status?
Señora detective, ¿qué información tiene usted?
That she is
Hold on,
here
wait.
legally, she does not have any papers, and that she cannot get a job due to not having any papers, and that's why she was into this line of work.
You got it, interpreter?
Señora detective, ¿qué información tiene usted en relación a la situación migratoria de la víctima? Bueno, ella ha dicho que ella no tiene papeles y que como no tiene papeles no puede obtener ningún otro tipo de trabajo aquí.
Okay. Anything else?
Right, so that was the only issue that I saw. I guess I'll leave the detective on the line in case the court has any further questions.
Ese fue, su señoría, el único problema que observé. Yo dejaré a que permanezca la detective en el teléfono en caso de que su señoría tenga alguna otra pregunta.
Does the defense have any questions for the detective?
¿La defensa tiene alguna pregunta para la detective?
So as I understand the detective testifying, because there's some talking in between, it was difficult to hear, that the alleged victim has no papers and she's unable to work.
Bueno, en lo que tengo entendido, la detective ha testificado que la presunta víctima no tiene papeles y no puede trabajar.
Detective, is that correct?
Yes,
Detective,
that's
¿eso es
correct. I'm
correcto?
sorry, yeah.
Sí, eso es correcto. Lo siento.
So is the alleged victim an illegal, she's here in the country illegally?
Por tanto, la presunta víctima está aquí ilegalmente. Sí, jueza.
That's the public defender, but it's okay.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
No tengo nada más, gracias. May I say something?
It's best you speak privately with your lawyer. Anything you say can be used against you.
Lo mejor es que usted hable en privado con su abogada, por lo que usted diga aquí se puede usar en su contra.
So, sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are YP.
Se ordena, caballero, que usted se mantenga alejado de la presunta víctima cuyas iniciales son YP.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con la presunta víctima directa e indirectamente en persona, por escrito, por teléfono, por terceros.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Y en todo momento se tiene que mantener por lo menos a 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, su casa, su escuela, su centro de trabajo.
And no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima a través de medios sociales u otros medios electrónicos.
All right. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Javier, ¿usted ha entendido la orden de alejamiento?
Sí, claro.
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. State corrections, I'm sorry, does he have any type of immigration hold?
Prisiones, ¿él tiene algún tipo de orden de detención por las autoridades migratorias?
Corrections, no hold for him?
I don't have anything in the jail card, Your Honor.
No tengo nada en la tarjeta de la cárcel, su señoría.
Okay. Ms. Corey, anything you wish to say regarding probable cause, or should I rule?
No,
Señora Corey, ¿quiere añadir algo en relación a la suficiencia de indicios o debo fallar?
no argument, Judge.
No tengo argumento.
One, there is probable cause for human trafficking, that's a first-degree felony.
Determino que hay suficientes indicios para el cargo de tráfico de personas. Ese es un delito mayor de primer grado.
I'm going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing pursuant to Florida Statute 907.041.
Voy a dictar prisión preventiva, tal y como me lo ha planteado la Fiscalía, de acuerdo con la ley de la Florida 907.104.
So count one, human trafficking is no bond.
Por tanto, el primer cargo, tráfico de personas, no hay fianza.
Count 2, deriving support from the proceeds of prostitution is a $7,500 bond.
El segundo cargo, el recibir beneficios de la prostitución, son $7,500.
Count 3, unlawful use of a communications device is a $2,500 bond.
El tercer cargo, uso ilegal de un dispositivo de comunicaciones, es una fianza de $2,500.
Count 4, aiding or abetting prostitution is a $150 bond.
Y el tercer cargo, el contribuir a la prostitución, su fianza son $1,500.
And count 5, directing another to a place of prostitution is a $150 bond.
Y el quinto cargo, el dirigir a otra persona a un lugar donde hay prostitución, su fianza son $150.
All right, so you'll see a judge tomorrow, and that judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention. Have a good day.
Usted se verá con otro juez mañana. Ese juez o jueza determinará si la prisión preventiva continuará o no. Tenga buen día.
Thank you, Detective. You're free to go.
Judge, there's actually a
Gracias.
co-defendant.
Oh.
Su
I don't know if
señoría,
you want to rely on that previous testimony or if you want that defendant to hear it as well.
What's page? Who is it?
Carliana Garcia.
Is that what page?
It's one of the females at the beginning.
Page 2.
Page 2, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Garcia. You were arrested for one count of coercing human trafficking with an illegal alien. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
excuse me, Your Honor, is the interpreter needed?
Yes.
Muy buenas tardes, señora García. Usted está encarando un cargo por coaccionar a una persona ilegal para que participe en la prostitución. Le nombra a los abogados de la Defensoría Pública para que la representen.
So there's a detective here, Detective Avasilis is here. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Hay una detective presente, la detective Avesilla. Sí, disculpe si no le mencioné, no le dije su apellido correctamente.
Hey, did you want to ask Detective Avasilis any questions?
Fiscal, ¿le desea hacer preguntas a la señora Avesilla?
All right, Detective, do you know about the victim's immigration status?
Detective, ¿usted sabe sobre el estatus migratorio de la víctima?
Yes, good afternoon. She is an illegal immigrant. She's here unauthorized. She has no papers, and she can't work because she has no papers, and that's why she's into this line of work.
Sí, ella es una inmigrante ilegal, ella no tiene autorización para estar aquí, ella no tiene documentos y dado que no tiene documentos no puede buscar otro tipo de trabajo.
Okay, State, any questions? Any other questions?
Fiscal, ¿alguna pregunta adicional?
No.
No.
Corey, any questions?
Abogada Curi, ¿preguntas?
No questions of the detective judge. I would ask that you find no probable cause for the
No tengo
charge.
preguntas para la detective. Le pido que determine que no hay suficientes indicios que sustentan la acusación, el cargo.
At best, it appears from the four corners of the arrest form that Ms. Garcia is a victim of human trafficking.
De acuerdo con el documento de arresto, parece que la señora García es víctima de tráfico de personas.
As the alleged victim in the arrest form stated that the co-defendant, she has witnessed could be violent with Ms. Garcia, and believes that if she did not do as she was told, that he would be violent with her also.
Porque la presunta víctima indica que el coacusado ha sido violento con la señora o contra la señora García y que ella cree que él sería violento en contra de ella si ella no hace lo que se le dice.
So the defendant actually recruited the victim.
De hecho, la acusada reclutó a la víctima.
Took the pictures for the online advertisements.
Le sacó fotos para los anuncios en el internet.
Responds to customers' inquiries.
Contesta a las preguntas de los clientes.
So she's participating in the human trafficking.
Por tanto, ella ha participado en el tráfico de personas.
I believe there is probable cause for human trafficking for this person who is an unauthorized illegal alien.
Pienso que hay suficientes indicios de tráfico de personas en relación a esta persona que es una extranjera ilegal.
You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are YP.
Se ordena que se mantenga alejada de la presunta víctima cuyas iniciales son YP.
Contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima directa e indirectamente en persona, por escrito, por teléfono o por terceros.
And no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima a través de medios sociales u otros dispositivos electrónicos.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home and school and place of employment at all times.
Y en todo momento tiene que mantenerse por lo menos a 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, del hogar de la víctima, su centro de trabajo, su escuela.
So I'm going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing and hold with no bond on this charge of human trafficking.
Voy a otorgar la solicitud de la Fiscalía de que se le detenga con prisión preventiva hasta que haya una audiencia final sobre su detención. No habrá ninguna fianza en relación al primer cargo de tráfico de personas.
You will see a judge tomorrow, and that judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention.
Usted verá a un juez o jueza mañana y ese juez o jueza fijará una audiencia final en relación a la solicitud de la Fiscalía de que usted sea detenida preventivamente pendiente del juicio.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
Tenga buen día. Gracias.
Next case on page 1, Hilda James.
You skipped Martinez, Your Honor, Maria?
There's some people here. That's why I called the families here or something. Are you the victim?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who did you call next?
Hilda James on page 1.
Number 2.
All right, so good afternoon, Miss James. You were arrested for burglary with an assault or battery. Can you afford to hire a private lawyer?
I can't.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Okay, I think you're the victim. Raise your right hand and be sworn, please. You want to do it, Ashley?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do.
Okay, thank you. What is your name, please?
Maria Romano.
1 second. Okay, are you afraid of your sister, Hilda James?
No.
Do you want the court to enter an order requiring your sister to stay away from you?
No.
Has anybody forced you or threatened you to come to court today to make this statement?
No.
Okay, thank you. State, any questions for Ms. Romano?
No questions.
I would like to just say that I'm not going to be pressing charges regardless of everything that happened.
Okay.
Actually, I do have one question. Is your sister allowed in your house?
Yes.
Ms. Corey, any questions?
No, Judge.
Okay. So, Ms. James, I'm going to enter a modified stay away order from your sister whose initials are MR. You are allowed to have contact with the alleged victim. You are prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards her in any manner whatsoever. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the modified stay away order?
Yes.
Only friendly, nonviolent contact is allowed with your sister. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Anyway, let me read this. All right, so what do you want me to find probable cause for, Steve?
Based upon the victim's testimony, maybe battery.
Okay, court's finding probable cause for battery, a first-degree misdemeanor, So I guess you're withdrawing your motion for pretrial detention?
Based upon the court's finding.
Okay,
Would you consider pretrial services, Judge?
okay. Does she have any prayers?
Nothing that I'm aware of.
Okay. Pretrial services, alternate bond, it's $1,000. Good luck to you both. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Does she know the sister's number to get her out of jail?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Say, somebody will pretrial the call. Have a nice day. You want to speak to them? Ma'am, if you wait a second, she'll get your information. Okay, now I'm ready to start the calendar from page 1. This is like a morning. Aren't we lucky? It's like you get the morning, it's heavy, and you get the afternoon, and it's heavy, and it's like, wow. Busy. It's called job security in this division. All right, page 1, Maria Martinez.
Ms. Martinez is present. She's fine with English.
Hi, Ms. Martinez. You were arrested for promoting, setting up, or conducting a lottery and bookmaking and gambling. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. I don't know if you have a bondsman here. Somebody raised their hand. Can the bondsman just write if you're here for a certain case, you put the name and something. Oh, he is. He's here for her. Mr. The Martori bondsman is here for you. Thank you.
Your Honor, would just set a bond. She's working the control booth at an illegal gambling operation, and I think it's a coin laundry.
Okay. So, they got a lot of cash. The lottery does well. $11,519. So I believe there would be probable cause for all the charges. That being said, she working there. What do you want me to do?
She's got her bonds in here, so if your Honor would just set a bonds.
All right.
Produce the bond, Judge. I see no prior history.
Count 1, promoting or conducting the lottery is $1,500. Count 2, the bookmaking is $1,500, and count 3, the possession or sale or manufacture of a gambling device. What do you want me to make that $100?
Okay, Judge.
$100. Have a nice day. Your bondsman will get you out of jail. Next is Zuantne Cazanes, page 1. I don't think it's trafficking, is it?
24 grams of methamphetamine.
It says 1 gram. Oh, I'm sorry.
They found it at the station after a female search.
Oh, yeah, that's more cause for trafficking. Good afternoon, Ms. Cazanes. You were arrested for trafficking in amphetamines. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charges.
The defendant's got an open misdemeanor in Broward County.
All right, I'll set her bond. What do you want, 15,000?
Okay, Judge.
Could you reduce it, Judge? She thinks maybe she could afford 10,000, but she's not even sure if she can do that.
You just got it reduced to 25,000.
Would you be able to do any more?
All right, $10,000 bond. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Next is Sherry Benson, page 1.
Should qualify for a program. Although it's 6 bags, but I think it's still okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. You were arrested for possession of a controlled substance called MDMA. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There is probable cause for the charge. Pretrial services, alternate bond, $2,500. Have a nice day. Next case is Ada Rodriguez on page 2.
She's bonding out, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Nancy Hechevarria.
BC, Your Honor, reset for tomorrow.
Your Honor, please review. On the controlled substance, when she gets here, I'm gonna agree to $1 and count 2 is not a conspiracy.
Okay. So count 1, there's probable cause. Count 2, there's probable cause for possession of cocaine. You said NBC?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Kevin Carter, page 4. Hi, Mr. Carter. Sir, you were arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So you're out on felony bond. There's a hold for case 25822. To hit a pipe with some cocaine. There's probable cause. $1,000 bond count 1 and $500 count 2. Have a nice day, sir. Next is Rogelio Dominguez Castellanos, page 4. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for petty theft, 2 or more convictions. Is English okay?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, sir. It's from March 3rd. So, was it Publix? We're speaking.
Yeah, so Judge, I'm showing the court prior conviction. Defendant was convicted of petty theft, 2 or more convictions in F-24 19913. That is on January 21st of this year.
Thank you.
Great, so he stole a bike at the Publix.
Judge, would you consider the TAP program or an ROR for Mr. Dominguez?
Please, I appreciate it.
You are ordered to stay away from the Publix store at 13401 South Dixie Highway in Pinecrest, Florida. That's where this offense occurred. I don't know. Let me look at the.
Maybe reduce the bond, but he had a 125-day sentence from January 21st. And he's got numerous other theft convictions, probation violations.
What?
He has a conviction for petty theft from May of 2024. Grand theft from May of 2024. Another petty theft, 2 or more. I don't know. It's a bike. He stole somebody's bike.
He goes to court, Judge.
Excuse me?
He attends court. He doesn't miss court.
Is it, well.
Judge, again, 125 days from earlier this year. We're still in the beginning of March.
I'm setting a bond. I'm gonna make it $1,000. Have a good day. Next is Patrick Noel. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for grand theft of a vehicle. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So he got in a crash. It looks like it was a stolen vehicle. There's probable cause.
Judge, can we reset this case for tomorrow to see if we can get him in the hospital?
Sure. Just reset for hospital. If he doesn't have hospital benefits, he's getting a bond. He crashed somebody's car after it was stolen. You want card only?
That's fine, Judge.
Thank you. Marion Glover, page 3.
That was for Noel. Also, he's a violent felony offender, special concern.
Okay, thank you.
Because he's a VFOS, would Your Honor just set a bond? I don't know if he can be released pending without BOP hearing.
Don't mind if he, oh, is that what's going on? Miss Corey, if he has a VFOS, I don't know if I can send him to the hospital. He has to go to court.
Where's he a VFOS?
I don't think, you know what, corrections, I just ran his DOC number. I don't think he's a VFOS.
Okay, fine.
It's announcing what's on the card. Okay.
Okay.
Marion Glover, good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for trafficking in cocaine, trafficking in MDMA or Molly, possession of heroin, possession with intent to sell cannabis. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. I need a moment to review the arrest affidavit for probable cause.
I don't see the cocaine adding up to trafficking.
So they added it up to 30. Let's see.
I'm sorry, I don't see 30. I see 25 grams and then 0.3 grams. Isn't that
There was
20?
another, so I see, so it's 25 plus
0.3.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's in, and then there was also another 0.3. I can call the detective.
That's 25.3.
Well, no, 26.3, but I can call the detective.
This 6. Where's the extra one?
So, Mr. Glover taken into custody, recovered 1 bag of heroin. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm sorry, it was another point, so 0.6, I guess. Let me call the detective.
Yeah, 0.6 maybe.
We pass the case.
Have a seat. We'll be with you shortly, sir. Next, we have Yuris Jimenez on page 5. Does he need a Spanish interpreter?
You may qualify for a program.
Good afternoon, sir.
Spanish, please. Spanish.
Sir, you were arrested for possession of a controlled substance called crystal meth. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Caballero, se le arresta por tenencia de una sustancia controlada que se llama cristal. Le nombra a los abogados de la Defensoría Pública para que lo
There is
representen.
probable cause for the charge.
Suficientes indicios justifican el cargo.
I'm going to give him TAP program. That's
Le voy a,
TAP alternate bond, $2,500.
le voy a dar el programa alternativo de detención y su fianza alternativa son $2,500.
All right, the case number, he has an address, right, Miss Corey, he has an address?
Señora Curie, él tiene una dirección, ¿correcto?
Oh, Judge, we'll need to give him a future court date.
All right,
No,
so
señoría, le tenemos que dar su cita ante el tribunal la próxima.
I think it's April 7th. Come to court for your arraignment on April 7th at 9 a.m., courtroom 2-4.
venga al tribunal para su lectura de cargos el día 7 de abril a las 9 de la mañana, sala 2-4.
And the case number is F254630. Thank you.
El número de su caso es F24-4630. Gracias.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next case, Jerome Jackson. Hi, Mr. Jackson. Good afternoon. You were arrested for possession of a controlled substance. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Program's okay.
Okay. You have an address, sir? Does he have an address?
Yes. Yes.
All services alternate bond, $2,500. Thank you. Then we have Mark Simmons, page 5. Good afternoon, Mr. Simmons. You were arrested for possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Looks like it's a bad stop and arrest. Just because somebody runs from the police and they don't know why, doesn't mean they can stop them and arrest them.
No.
Red long flight, high crime area.
So if you live in a high crime area, you can never walk away from the police when you see them, or you'll be arrested and searched.
I'm sure it'll be litigated.
Yes, I'm sure I know what will happen in a few weeks.
Yeah, I think you're right, Miss Corey.
There's still probable cause. Defendant's he's been convicted of many felonies, including felonies involving firearms.
Judge, there's nothing indicating that he had possession of any firearm. I would ask your honor to release Mr. Simmons outright.
The gun was next to the stool he was sitting on before he started running.
Does not indicate he ever had possession or control of anything.
There's probable cause for the charge. I'll do this though. I'll set his bond at $5,000. I don't know if there's a motion if it was out in the open. We'll see. Next is Frankie Sullivan, page 6.
He's a violent felony offender, special concern. He's in custody on a probation violation.
Call for F20-9427. Good afternoon, Mr. Sullivan. You were arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. His resident. I'll set his bond at $1,000. You'll see your judge tomorrow.
Yes.
Count two.
I'm so sorry. $1,000, count 1 and count 2. Is $500. Next is George Morales, page 6.
Bond out.
Thank you. All right, now we have Juan Arias Santisteban. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested.
Spanish, please.
Buenas tardes.
Aggravated battery.
Caballero, usted fue arrestado por agresión con toque o lesiones y agravantes.
Sir, can you afford, I'm sorry, I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Le nombran los abogados de la Defensoría Pública, los abogados de oficio, para que lo representen.
So the victim had a stab wound.
La víctima sustentó una herida de cuchillo,
Possibly from a box cutting knife.
posiblemente de un cuchillo para cortar o abrir cajas.
So he stabbed the victim for exposing his genitals.
Entonces él acuchilló a la víctima por mostrar sus genitales.
There's probable cause for aggravated battery.
Hay suficientes indicios que sustenten el cargo de agresión con agravantes.
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from Rowdy Gilbert, the alleged victim.
Se ordena que se mantenga caballero alejado de Rowdy Gilbert, la presunta víctima.
No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con esa víctima directa o indirectamente en persona, por escrito, por teléfono o a través de terceros.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times.
En todo momento se tiene que mantener por lo menos a 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, su casa, su centro de trabajo o su escuela.
Your bond is $7,500. Have a nice day.
Su fianza son $7,500. Tenga buen día.
Next case is Norman Lloyd. We're on page 7, I think. Yeah, page 7. Mr. Lloyd there? Good afternoon, Judge. Thank you, sir. You were arrested for petty theft, 2 or more convictions. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There is probable cause for, let me see. Oh, the state's showing me the prior.
If it's there, I missed it, but he is a convicted felon. I'm sorry, he does have prior convictions, F24-23904.
24.
23904, a conviction for petty theft, 2 or more convictions. That's from January 23rd.
I thought it's the 25th.
Oh, I can't read that. Sorry.
It was from here. No, 23rd, excuse me. So there's probable cause for petty theft, 2 or more convictions. Sir, stay away from the Walgreens store at 4895 Palm Avenue in Hialeah, Florida. You are not allowed to go to that location. You must stay away from there. I mean, he has 2 convictions for that charge from January of this year. He has a conviction from July of last year as well. I'm setting up.
Would you consider any sort of program at all, Judge?
Yeah, I'll lower his bond a little, $15.
Would you be able to do a little bit lower, Judge? You think the most he can make is 1,000 and he's not even sure about that?
$1,000. Please stay out of that.
What was the bond, Your Honor?
$1,000.
The $1,000 bond is over state's objection based upon recent criminal history.
Okay, thank you. Dunetsky Alaman Garcia, page 7.
Not a conspiracy.
Bond out.
Thank you. Victor Hernandez. Is this Mr. Hernandez? Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon or delinquent. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
So he lives in Brandon, Florida, and the convictions are from out of county.
He was adjudicated delinquent, so let me just read this. He has a, let's see. There's probable cause for the charge. Your bond is $7,500. Have a nice day, sir. Next is Nelson Diaz.
He's on probation on 2 cases.
Hold for F. Yes.
Mr. Hernandez, would Your Honor be able to reduce the bond to 5,000? He cannot afford 7,500. He thinks he can afford 5,000.
I don't know about what the state's position is. They
Because
were,
he's got the priors out of state, including prior failures to appear. I see, it looks like probation violation.
prior out of state, I thought was for the code effect Lewis. That's why I had a warrant here this morning. This is the one where it was a search warrant. I think they were looking for Mr. Lewis. And
But Mr. Hernandez has a criminal history as well. And it looks like he was arrested, let's say, it was a VOP for CCF. That was in 23. He's got the juvenile history. He's a prior failure to appear. He's not local.
I don't see anything local.
Because he's not from Miami.
that's fine. I'll set his bond at $5,000. Go back to Tampa or wherever, Hillsborough County. If I were you, get out of Miami. Things aren't working so well for you. Just keep all future court things.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Up to you. Next is Nelson Diaz. Mr. Diaz is out on probation hold for F23 21063 and F24 16929. You were arrested for burglary to an unoccupied dwelling and grand theft. It's from February 18th of 2025. Defender's office for you.
Usted ha sido arrestado por escalamiento o allanamiento de una vivienda sin ocupantes y por hurto mayor. Le nombra a los abogados de oficio para que lo representen.
I'm not sure if it says an attempt. It says they attempted to steal, but then it says he stole it.
No sé si esto es un mero intento. Dice que trató de robar, pero después dice que robó.
I don't think that's relevant for the burglary, but I don't know. I don't want to reduce the bond on count two.
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are MS.
Se ordena, caballero, que se mantenga alejado de la presunta víctima cuyas iniciales son MS.
No contact with the alleged victim, MS, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con una presunta víctima MS directa o indirectamente en persona, por escrito, por teléfono, por terceros.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home and school and place of employment at all times.
Y en todo momento se tiene que mantener por lo menos a 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, de su hogar, su vivienda, de su centro de trabajo o escuela.
And stay away from the victim's home at 929 Michigan Avenue in Miami Beach, Florida.
Y manténgase alejado de la casa de la víctima en el 929 de la avenida Michigan en Miami Beach, Florida.
Count one, burglary to the unoccupied dwelling. It's a curtilage burglary. I'll set it at $2,500.
El primer cargo, el allanamiento y escalamiento de morada, usted hizo ese allanamiento de la parte exterior de la vivienda, su fianza allí son $2,500.
Count two, attempted grand theft is $1,000.
Y en el segundo cargo, intento de hurto mayor, su fianza son $1,000.
Have a good day.
Tenga buen día.
Tavera Screen is next. AJ.
Mr. Green is on felony bond.
Hold for F25 3515. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for aggravated battery. It will appoint the public defender's office for you and you're out on felony bond. There's a hold for you to see your judge tomorrow. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Beverly Durama. No contact with that alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. Stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment at all times. And also no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And if you live in the same apartment building, you may have to find a new place to go. So there's probable cause for aggravated battery. Bond is $7,500 and you'll see your judge tomorrow. Good day, sir. Next, Ramiro Almeida Vinces. Page 9.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for strong arm robbery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Caballero, usted fue arrestado por robo con fuerza. Le nombro a los abogados de la Defensoría Pública para que lo representen.
So, sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Celia Lisette Menendez Ornoza.
Caballero, se ordena que se mantenga alejado de la presunta víctima Cilia Lisette Menéndez Hornoza.
No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con la presunta víctima directa e indirectamente en persona, por escrito, por teléfono, por terceros.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
Ningún contacto con la víctima a través de medios sociales o cualquier otro dispositivo electrónico.
Angie must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times.
Y en todo momento se tiene que mantener por lo menos a 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, su casa, su centro de trabajo o su escuela.
Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
No se inmiscuya en actividades delictivas, no tenga ni use drogas ilegales.
And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
Y no use, compre, porte o tenga ningún tipo de arma de fuego, arma o munición.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
De inmediato está obligado a presentar cualquier arma de fuego, munición o permiso para portar armas escondidas a la estación de policía y presentar una copia del recibo al tribunal.
You may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail.
Se le permitirá volver a la residencia de la víctima solamente una vez en un plazo de 48 horas a partir del momento en que quede en libertad de la cárcel.
You must be accompanied by a police officer
Tiene que ir acompañado por un policía.
so that you can, actually, is he living with the wife now or no?
Bueno, ¿él vive con la esposa o no?
Yes, Judge.
All right,
Sí, juez.
because it happened in February. I know the bondsman, he is a bondsman here, but because it happened in February, that's why you have to, I'm entering a stay away order. Let me have that back.
Your Honor,
Ah, ok.
misdemeanor-
Que-
he has a misdemeanor he goes for tomorrow.
He what?
He also is in custody on a misdemeanor battery DV, but he doesn't see the judge till tomorrow.
Thank you. So you may return. You may
Caballero, se le,
to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail with a police officer so that you can retrieve your personal belongings.
caballero, usted puede ir a su vivienda en un plazo de 48 horas acompañado por un policía para recoger sus pertenencias personales.
If you go to the victim's home without the police or if you stay there, you will be arrested.
Si usted va a la residencia de la víctima sin la policía o si se queda allí, podría ser arrestado.
Third-party contact is permitted for exchange of your children for time sharing.
Se permite que haya contacto a través de un tercero en relación al compartir tiempo con sus hijos.
All right, you have a bondsman here.
Usted tiene un fiador aquí.
I'm going to set the bond at $2,500.
Voy a fijar el monto de su fianza en $2,500.
It happened in February and he gave the phone right back.
Esto ocurrió en febrero y él devolvió el teléfono de inmediato.
Have a good day.
Tenga buen día.
Well, I think I need that back. Next is Carlos Barragan, page 9.
Third-degree felony.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for grand theft. It should be a third-degree felony for stolen motorcycle. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause, so.
You see how long he's been in Miami?
How long have you lived in South Florida, sir?
1 week, Judge.
Oh, okay. On just $2,500. Have a nice day. Larry Grant Rogers is next.
He's a violent felony offender of special concern.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Grant Rogers. You were arrested for an armed sex battery, aggravated kidnapping with a kidnapping with a firearm, weapon, or aggravated battery, and armed burglary. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. I need to review the arrest affidavit for probable cause.
So Judge, he was released from prison on February 14th, so less than a month ago, and he's also on felony probation until 2033.
From where?
That was out of Suwannee County, Florida.
Let me review for probable cause. So the victim's a 66-year-old female. She goes out to do some gardening and comes back and has a nightmare on her hands. It's in 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There is probable cause for the charge. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are MR. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school, and place of employment at all times, and stay away from her residence. You understand the stay away order, sir? All right, I hope you do. So he just got released from prison February 14th. He's 25 years old, and as you said, he's on probation until 2033.
Yes, Judge.
I'm granting the state's motion for pretrial detention, holding you at no bond on count 1, the armed sexual battery. Count 2, the armed kidnapping with a firearm, weapon, or ammunition. That's no bond. And count 3, the armed burglary, is no bond. Good day, sir. Next on page 10, Christopher Aldridge.
Maybe a program.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. You're arrested for possession of cocaine. Public defender's office is appointed. Will pretrial take them or no? Huh? Pretrial alternate bond, $2,500. There's probable cause. Thank you. Next is David Diaz, page 10.
He's on felony bond.
Hold, he is? For what case? Because I don't have anything.
I have F 22-21932.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Diaz. You were arrested for driving with a suspended license, third or subsequent conviction, and possession of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So there's, let's see. There's probable cause for driving. Is an HTO. So count one is driving as a habitual traffic offender. That's a $2,500 bond. In count two, there's probable cause for possession of cocaine, $2,500 bond. You'll see your judge tomorrow for case F 22-21932. Have a nice day, sir. Oh, also no driving unless you have a valid license, no drive order. Next is David Leon, page 11.
Bond out.
Thank you. Fernando Silvera. Good afternoon, Mr. Silvera. You were arrested for one count of aggravated battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for aggravated battery. You are ordered to stay away from Julio Basque, the alleged victim. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, school, and place of employment at all times. Dave, I don't have his priors. He's not PID. Do you know anything?
I think he's got an open misdemeanor. It's violent, requesting a bond.
What bond do you want?
Standard.
$7,500 bond. Have a good day, sir. Eric Pavon Montoya is next. Page 11.
He is on felony probation. He's also a fugitive from Broward County with a bond of $150.
He's on probation here.
I have F 24-21304B.
I think that's bond, right? Corrections, not probation. It's set for trial.
I don't know. I have on probation on the card.
What's the case number again?
F 24-21304B.
Thank you. Hold for F 24-21304B. Hold for the division judge. Good afternoon, Mr. That's not Mr. Pavon Montoya. Where is it? I don't think so.
Corrections, he's not here, number 43.
He's here.
I need to find him. He's not here, Judge.
Just reviewing. You want me to sit?
Reset for tomorrow, disruptive, Your Honor.
All right. I'll make a preliminary finding of probable cause for count one, count two, count three. Isn't that like more possession of a prescription drug? I don't know.
That's fine.
Whatever. I'll make a
Whatever it is, either, it's
finding of all the counts and reset it for tomorrow. Does that. Brandon Chase?
Refuse, Your Honor.
What was it this morning?
Refused.
One more time?
Yes, please.
1 second, reset refusal for Mr. Chase. Freddie Land on page 12. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon or delinquent, and also carrying a concealed firearm. You're out on felony bond, hold for F-24 14893A.
It was on house arrest, Your Honor.
Huh? It was house, he's a hold now. Let me review for probable cause. There's probable cause for count 1 and count 2. Count 1, possession of a firearm by a delinquent is $7,500. Count 2, carrying a concealed firearm is $2,500. You'll see your judge tomorrow. Have a nice day. Next is Luigi Diaz, page 13. I reset it for private lawyer. I don't know. I don't see anybody. There's somebody here.
I think the alleged victim may be here.
Oh, that's nice. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Did you ever hire a lawyer?
I'm not sure. I tried. I don't know if my family or were able to find.
Oh, yeah, I think the victim's in court. Hello, you're Miss Gonzalez? Who are you?
Yes, yes, I'm Giselle Gonzalez.
Are you the victim in this case?
I was the passenger in the vehicle, yes.
Okay, raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
Yes.
Okay. What is your name?
Sorry?
Tell me your name.
Giselle Gonzalez Diaz.
Okay. So before we go any further, Mr. Diaz, are you hiring a private lawyer?
We tried to get in touch with the lawyer. We're gonna get a call back tomorrow.
Okay, do you want me to reset the case tomorrow to give you an opportunity to have the lawyer be present in court with you for this hearing?
No, can I make bond at least, and then that buys me time?
You need to answer my questions and you don't answer them. I tried this morning and you don't answer it. Do you want to waive a lawyer's presence for this hearing?
Your Honor, I would just like to get the case dismissed.
Ma'am, I'm not talking to you. Please. Sir, do you want to waive a lawyer's presence for purposes of this first appearance hearing? For the bond hearing?
Yes.
Okay, fine, that's fine. Okay, so Miss Gonzalez Diaz, are you afraid of Mr. Luigi Diaz?
No.
Do you want the court to enter an order requiring him to stay away from you?
No.
Thank you. And has anybody forced you or threatened you to come to court today to make this statement?
No.
Thank you. State, any questions for Ms. Gonzalez Diaz?
No questions.
Okay. All right. So, sir, I'm going to enter a modified stay away order from the alleged victim whose initials are GD. You are allowed to have contact with the alleged victim. You are prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards her in any manner whatsoever. So only friendly, nonviolent contact is permitted. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, but there was never any non-violent.
So I have to rely on the four corners of the arrest affidavit, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but there's probable cause for me to enter a modified stay away order. Okay, so you're allowed to have contact, only friendly, nonviolent contact is allowed. Do not engage in any criminal activity. do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition, and you must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the modified stay away order, sir?
Yes.
Okay, fine. He has no priors, right?
Nothing I'm aware of.
Count one, the robbery by sudden, is it strong arm robbery? I don't know. Let me see this again.
Sudden snatch is fine.
Their phone and threw it out of the car. I don't know. Count one, there's probable cause for robbery by sudden snatching. That will be a $1,500 bond. And count two, there's probable cause for battery, a $1,000 bond. Your total bond's $2,500. Unless you want me to give you a pretrial, but then you got to report to them every week. I don't know if you do well on that, huh? You want to hire a lawyer? Are you going to pay the bondsman to get out? Sir?
Yes.
Okay, so your bond's $2,500. Make sure to get an attorney, keep all future court dates. It's up to the state attorney's office to file charges. So Ms. Gonzalez, you can speak to a state attorney's office, the victim witness coordinator, let them know how you feel and want to proceed. It's up to the state to file charges, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. And you know her phone number by memory? You're gonna call, who's calling the bondsman, you or him? Ms. Gonzalez, Ms. Diaz, or is she gonna call one?
I'm gonna call the lawyer and I will go to get out of there with the bond.
You're gonna bond him out. Okay, thank you.
And can I get out today?
Yeah, as soon as you post a bond, you should be able to, it takes a few hours to process it. It may not be until tonight. Okay?
Your Honor, can I say something?
You don't need to. I already ruled. Why do you want to say anything? I may change my mind and make a higher bond.
It didn't happen. It wasn't, he didn't throw my phone through the car. It wasn't like that.
Just so you know, he's presumed not guilty. You have to rely what's on the four corners of the arrest affidavit. Contact your attorney. A good criminal defense attorney will be able to advise you on how to proceed, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Leosvani Perez on page 13.
Bond out.
Thank you, bond out. Roviel Cruz Rodriguez, page 13.
Bond out.
Thank you. And then there's Juan Laura.
Bond out.
Josue Machado.
Mr. President, we'll need a Spanish interpreter, please.
Sir, you were arrested for battery on a law enforcement officer. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Caballero, usted se le arrestó por agresión con toque o lesiones contra un policía. Le nombra a los abogados de oficio para que lo representen.
Sí.
Yes.
So there's probable cause. Let me see.
It's an interesting set of facts. It looks like the officers are investigating some sort of domestic dispute, which Mr. Machado was not arrested for. The officer is the one that then touches Mr. Machado by placing his hands on Mr. Machado's shoulders to push him back. And the only thing Mr. Machado does is allegedly smacking his hands away with open palms. So basically getting the officer's hands off of his shoulders as he's pushing him.
Los hechos que se narran son interesantes. Parece que los policías estaban allí investigando un asunto de violencia doméstica por el cual el señor Machado no fue arrestado y parece que durante eso el policía le coloca la mano en el hombro al señor Machado. Lo único que hace el señor Machado es que le da una palmada a la mano del policía para quitársela del hombro.
Ahora sí, find no probable cause and release Mr. Machado outright.
Le pido que determine que no ha habido suficientes indicios y que permita que el señor Machado se retire sin una determinación de suficiencia de indicios.
Okay, state your response.
Fiscal, su respuesta.
Right, there's PC. You can't smack an officer. That being said, the officer wasn't injured. Maybe set a bond at $1,500.
Hay suficientes indicios. No se le puede dar palmadas a ningún policía. Dicho sea eso, el policía no fue lastimado. Se puede fijar la fianza en $1,500.
And also, the officer was trying to create a distance between himself and the defendant.
También el policía estuvo tratando de crear distancia entre él y el acusado.
Judge, if it were the other way around, he would be charged with, my client would be charged with battery if he tried to
touch anybody by making any space.
Sería si fuera al revés, a mi cliente se le acusaría de agresión con toque de lesiones al tratar de crear ese espacio.
It was walking in the the officer's personal space after multiple commands to step back.
Él estuvo caminando en el espacio personal del detective después de que le dirigieron muchos comandos para que él se retrocediera.
There is probable cause for the charge. I will set his bond at $150.
Hay suficientes indicios, fijo la fianza de él en $150.
It's a little low, Judge.
What do you
Está
want?
algo bajo.
500?
You said 150, you mean 1,500?
1,500. I said, I said 150. I'm sorry. I meant it's late. 1,500. Pardon me.
We'll accept
Oh, dije que eran
150, Judge,
150.
It's
Quise
okay
decir
with you, accept
1,500.
the 150.
Él acepta las 150.
Good luck to you. So does he have money for a bond? I can always do house arrest.
Él tiene dinero para pagar fianza, lo puedo dar a detención domiciliaria.
His family will have it, Judge.
La familia de él lo tiene.
Next, we have George Rodriguez, page 14.
ROR count 2.
Spanish, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rodriguez. You were arrested for possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon and possession of a controlled substance.
Buenas tardes, señor Rodríguez. A usted se le arresta por tener un arma de fuego, un arma o alguna munición por alguien que ha sido condenado por algún delito mayor y por the second charge, Judge, which
Possession of a controlled substance.
y es por un segundo cargo de posesión de una sustancia controlada.
There is probable cause for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Hay suficientes indicios que sustentan el cargo de posesión de un arma de fuego por una persona que ha sido condenado de un delito mayor.
So in count 2, what do you want to do? ROR?
Or a dollar, whichever.
Ms. Corey, what do you want? $1 or ROR?
En el segundo cargo, libertad de palabra, $1.
$1.
$1.
Count 2. Have a nice day.
Tenga buen día.
What's count 1, Your Honor?
$7,500.
La fianza en el cargo número 1 son $7,500.
Have a nice day, sir.
Tenga buen día, caballero.
Clarence Hills is next. Good afternoon, Mr. Hills. You were arrested for 1 count of armed robbery with a firearm or deadly weapon. It is from October 6th of 2024. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There is probable cause for armed robbery with a firearm. You are ordered to stay away from Makani Suniali. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times. So there is probable cause for the armed robbery with a firearm. The state filed a motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing pursuant to Florida statute 907.041. I'm going to grant that motion and set no bond. You will see a judge tomorrow, and that judge will set the final hearing. Have a good day, sir. Next is Ulysses Reynoso. Artilis, page 15.
It's on felony bond.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested
Spanish,
for,
please. Spanish.
sir, you were arrested for strong arm robbery and aggravated battery on a pregnant victim.
Caballero, usted se le acusa de robo con fuerza y agresión con lesiones y toque y agravantes contra una persona que estaba encinta.
You're also out on felony bond. There is a hold for you to see the division judge tomorrow.
Usted también está en libertad vigilada en un caso de un delito mayor. Está ahora listo para ver a un juez el día de mañana en otra audiencia.
Public defender's office is appointed for you.
Se le nombran a los abogados de oficio para que lo representen.
There is probable cause for the charges.
Hay suficientes indicios para ambos cargos.
Sir, you are ordered to stay.
Nothing in the arrest form, Judge, indicating that he was aware of the pregnancy.
Okay.
It says she's 3 months along, but I agree with that, Ms. Corey.
No veo en el formulario de arresto que él estaba al tanto de que ella estaba encinta, pero ella tenía 3 meses de embarazo.
Violent. He said he's gonna, before he gets 40 years, he's gonna stab the victim and dismember her. Why don't you call the officer up and ask him?
Él dice que antes de que él cumpla 40 va a acuchillar, a apuñalar a la víctima y la va a descuartizar. ¿Por qué no llama al policía, al detective, para que testifique?
Sir, I'm entering a stay away order from the alleged victim whose initials are ED.
Caballero, estoy dictando una orden de alejamiento en relación a la presunta víctima cuyos iniciales son ED.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima directa, indirectamente, en persona, por escrito, por teléfono o por terceros.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima a través de medios sociales o cualquier medio electrónico.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home and school and place of employment at all times.
Y en todo momento tiene que mantenerse por lo menos a 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, de su hogar, de su centro de trabajo o su escuela.
Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
No se inmiscuya en actividades delictivas, no use ni tenga drogas ilegales.
Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
No tenga, no posea, no compre, no porte ningún tipo de arma de fuego, arma o munición.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
De inmediato está obligado a representar cualquier arma de fuego, munición o permiso para portar armas escondidas a la estación de policía más cercana y presentarle una copia del recibo al tribunal.
And you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail.
Se le permite regresar solamente una vez a la casa de la víctima en un plazo de 48 horas a partir del momento en que salga de la cárcel.
You must be accompanied by a police officer
Tiene la obligación de ir acompañado por un policía
so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools.
para que usted pueda recobrar su ropa, sus cosas de salud, sus medicinas, documentos y herramientas de trabajo.
If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested.
Si usted va a la residencia de la víctima sin la policía o permanece allí, será arrestado.
So Judge, the officer didn't answer. Maybe increase the bond on count 1 to 15,000 instead of battery bond on count 2.
Su señoría, la policía, el detective no contestó. Quizás usted puede subir la fianza en el primer cargo a $15,000 y fijar una fianza estándar de agresión con toque o lesiones en el segundo cargo.
Count 1, there's probable cause for a strong arm robbery. It's a $7,500 bond.
En el primer cargo, robo con fuerza, hay suficientes indicios que indican que está sustentado el cargo. La fianza son $7,500.
Count 2, there's probable cause for battery, a first-degree misdemeanor. I'm setting that one at $5,000.
En el segundo cargo, agresión con toque de lesiones, un delito mayor de primer grado. Estoy fijando la fianza en $1,500.
Good day, sir.
Muy buen día, caballero.
Straight bond with a hold, Your Honor.
Yes, the hold for the judge tomorrow.
Fianza con una orden de retención, sí, una retención para el juez mañana.
I have Jose Sabay. I did an order. Did you get it?
Receive the order, Your Honor. He's a refusal.
I did an order, so I'm resetting it tomorrow so I can read the stay order to him. You want me to send you that order? It went through. Let's see what time it went through. It went through at 12:57. You want me to send it to you or no?
No, that's okay, Your Honor. I'll remember tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
So there's the one case we passed. Let me try calling that detective again. Judge, I've got the detective on the line. He's looking into it.
What's he looking into? I don't even remember.
The individual bags.
Oh, he's getting a copy of the pay form. Oh, the weight. Okay. What a long morning. Okay. Long morning, long afternoon. Yes. Okay.
All right, Judge, can we swear on the detective?
Yes, of course. Detective, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
Yes, I do.
But before we begin, does anybody else need the interpreter? Can he be excused?
Thank you.
We're done.
That's it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Detective, what do you swear to tell the truth?
I do. I do.
What is your name and what police department do you work for?
Devin Dolam, and I work for the Miami-Dade County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you.
My ID is 5729.
Thank you. Go ahead, state.
All right, Detective Dolam, how much cocaine was recovered?
Over 30 grams.
But it doesn't add up from the narrative. Can you explain?
Yes, I am looking at a Miami-Dade property receipt that I utilized last night to impound the evidence that was seized in Mr. Glover's case, and I somehow failed to write down one of the items on the property from the property receipt into the arrest affidavit. This omitted, not intentionally, an additional 8 bags of cocaine, yellow bags that total approximately 5 grams.
Okay, so it's the 25 plus the 5 plus, I think it was like 0.6.
0.3 grams of crack. And then another 0.3, yes, so it's 0.6.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions.
Ms. Corey, any questions?
Yes, Detective, were the items weighed with the baggies?
Yes, they were.
And do you know the weight of the baggies, or you can't tell the weight of the baggies because you did not separate the drugs from the baggies themselves?
Well, I separate the individual bags and weighed them collectively. However, this is something that it was impounded, and I sent it to the Miami-Dade Crime Lab in order to obtain a more accurate weight, and also to determine the components of the substance that's contained in the bags.
Okay, so the weight that you have provided of 30 grams includes the packaging material of the substances inside of them?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So Judge, I would ask that you find only probable cause at best for possession with intent, as we do not know the weight of all the baggies that are stated in the arrest form.
Ms. Act, any question, any response?
No, Judge, the detective did testify that it was 30.6 grams, so it's over the threshold for trafficking.
But you don't know the weight of the baggies. One baggie had 50 individually packed clear bags of powder cocaine. I mean, you don't know the weight, and that could have been plus or minus two grams to bring it down to a below the trafficking amount.
It is going to be sent to the lab, but I believe that the officer's testimony is sufficient for probable cause.
I disagree. Considering the bags, I think it's only probable the weight of the bags were not taken into account, and there were 50 baggies. I'm going to find probable cause for possession with intent to sell cocaine, which is a second-degree felony. Count one, possession with intent to sell cocaine is a $7,500.
Increase the bond because it very well may come back to the trafficking, and there's a lot of baggies.
Okay.
But if they charge trafficking, then that court can go ahead and set the bond at that time. But I would ask that your honor set it at possession with intent, $7,500.
All right. $7,500 bond, count one. Count two is charged with trafficking in ecstasy.
So that would be over 10 grams is trafficking, and he had 11 grams of MDMA.
Judge, that includes 40 bags. I'm assuming detective was the MDMA weighed with the baggies?
Yes, ma'am.
They don't dump out the individual baggies. It's not.
So I would ask that you find public cause for possession with intent for count two.
I agree. There's probable cause for possession with intent to sell MDMA for count two, $7,500 bond. Count three, there's probable cause. Let's see, what was count three?
Heroin.
There's probable cause for possession of heroin. Right, there was 1 gram or something like that.
Yes.
That's $2,500. Count four, possession with intent to sell cannabis. He had several, was it 300 or 200 grams, something like
300 plus.
All right. Count three, 67 bags, 287 grams. So that count, I'm sorry, count four, possession with intent to sell cannabis is $1,500.
Your Honor, wouldn't increase it. If Your Honor looks, he's got over, maybe if you add everything up, maybe over 100 baggies of drugs that he's selling.
I agree with you.
So would Your Honor increase the bond? Or maybe he's got a lot of drugs.
I'm not going to increase the bond because I set what I believe is the appropriate standard bond. You did not establish it was a trafficking. If you did, I would have no problem setting the trafficking amount.
So even if the court's finding possession with intent, I think this is a little bit of an unusual situation in that he had so many baggies.
You know, the legislature made the statute up to 28 grams for whether it could have had 200 baggies. If it was under 28 grams, it's still the possession with intent to sell. He has a lot of drugs. I agree with you. He's 61. He doesn't have that many priors. His bond is 15, 17. Wait, Twice, that's 2, 3, 15, 18, $19,000, which is still a substantial bond. I'm not imposing a Nebbia hearing for a $19,000 bond. Sir, if you pick up a new law violation, you may be held in jail until your trial. And once the state, if they weigh everything, if it's a trafficking amount, they may set this down before the division judge for a bond modification. Thank you so much, Detective, for coming in. All right.
We're finally done.
We're done. That's the end of the day. Good day, everybody.
Good judge, take care.